Right. Okay. I think my PC is just a little overwhelmed at the moment. Let me make sure our audio and everything is not desynced or anything. You guys might see a bit of flickering as I mess around in the background. There we go. Hopefully my PC can handle whatever's happening here. And welcome back to Wuchang. Here's a little greeting from me. Oh, not this fresh emote. Oh, okay, it was a greeting emote. But yeah, last time we left off, we came to the Vine Mansion. We found out what happened to Wuchang. Why she left, what happened to her sister, what happened to her family. And we met Heyosa here to sort of figure out the whole situation of her having to run away and become a pirate. And at the end of all that story, we discovered that it was due to her younger brother, who was stillborn, but Wuchang's father used the chisel to bring him back, and due to that, he turned into a monster, the monster we know as Baikru. And we are pretty much here to sort of put an end to this.
Brother.
And Wuchang's own inner demon sort of remembering the whole thing. You can peer under her mask a bit here. It's a bit of a shame we don't have that glamour. I do like the flower in the eye. I think it's very cool. Alright, so for the next few hours, you guys are probably going to see me just die over and over to the boss. So if that's not your thing, then you might want to look at some other playthroughs, because there are a lot of people who are actually playing this game and who play a lot better than me. What I'm gonna do here is enter, and sort of learn all of Baikru's moves so that I can do it hitless. Already. So let's reset here. I might have a little too much defense, considering that it takes a few hits for me to actually go down, which is good if you're trying to learn the fight, but not so good if you're trying to do it without getting hit. Also, let me lower the audio a bit. Baikru's OST is really good. It's a bit more mournful, not as exciting as the others, right? I definitely feel like there are other better soundtracks for bosses, but it definitely hits the hardest emotionally, especially if you know what's happening. So during the fights, I'll probably try to stay silent just so you guys can enjoy the OST, or just drop in random comments of how bad I'm playing. One or the other. We'll start off with the jump. You can get 2 hits in here. Ooh, what? Okay. It was not a move I expected. Let's keep going. Double swipe? Nope. Just... Okay, there's a double swipe. That's a combo that I was expecting back there. One more jump towards us. Okay, we'll reset here again. I'll just get killed by the grab here. Sort of wonder if there's a different animation to this. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, Baikru just tosses us away. Interesting. There are a couple of moves that in this fight will really almost get me, and one of those moves is like the tell for it is that he'll look behind him, and then jump back. There's a bit of a hitbox in front of him that you do get hit by during then. The other move that I get most hit by, well, it's when I use Vortex Thrust, right? Baiku is weak against ice, and that spell is not ideal. I mean, that skill is not ideal to be used during many of his combos. Most of his winders are best used with just a single poke, at least on the spear, right? For faster weapons, that might not be the case. Here, there's like 2 pokes you can do. That's the exact move that I was talking about. He'll look back and jump back against you. Always gets me. Just have to be careful after that combo, huh? Roar? Final hits tracking. Oh, okay. Still a bit of ways from getting our no hit, but I'm gonna reset here. I believe this is his second phase, at which point he'll start doing the longer jet. Well, he'll mash the entire arena. So if anyone's watching and you feel like the audio and everything's a little too high, let me know. It's a bit difficult for me to parse stuff like that on my end, even with audio monitoring. Once again, we shall go into the whale, into the breach. Get ready for that first attack. Oh, I got hit by the third one. Not okay. Not gonna focus on healing if you do get hit. Now, let's see if we can get as far as possible without healing. Thankfully, the run back to Baiku isn't too long. And I do have to wonder if there's like some additional dialogue with Heyoza if you beat Baiku by summoning him. I'm assuming there isn't, because most of the NPC quests in this game, it doesn't really seem to matter whether you summon them or not, except for maybe Neon, because Neon had a bit of a unique dialogue, depending on whether you summoned him to battle on Earth. It's getting hit by the basic moves, so it is slightly frustrating, especially since I know what they are. Oh, come on. Again, we're not gonna heal. Just jump. I should use Aerial Bulwark instead of Spear Will. weird movement you're doing there. Back jump. And then jump to us again. Yeah, Vortex Thrust, even though it looks very cool and inflicts a lot of frost, I need to find a good opportunity to use it. It might be better if I just stick to using the Spell Helmet instead. Like, that feels like a safer choice, right? All things considered. Okay, also make sure everything's running fine in the background. Okay, I'm assuming everything's okay. And if you notice any weirdness, just let me know. I'm hoping against hope that we are not interrupted by work today. Because we have a bunch of stuff to do. I'll probably try and do this in the evening later on. Oh, what? Wait a minute. I only pressed once there. Does the backstep attack count as 2 attacks? It felt like I hit twice, even though the press was once. Let me just do a little check here. Make sure we avoid Heiyosai. Yeah, it is. But that was not the attack I used. The one I used was the front one. Or rather... Okay, never mind. Might I just... It felt like I did it twice, but I'm not exactly sure what happened with the combo. There is a bit of a unique moveset to each of the weapons. Like, for example, the spear's non-charge triangle attack is sort of a backstab. Its backstep itself has like a double hit. Its front is different from actually just attacking normally. The little things you need to iron out if you like really want to master a weapon. One more jump. Skill rail. Last one, I'm tracking. Oh, I'm not safe to be on that side. You can use the spell if you are on the other end. Roar. Oh, I got hit too low. Wow. Okay. It has one more attack there. I need to remember that. Really angry. Oh, I accidentally healed myself. Not our intention. This is the one attack where it's safe to use Vortex Thrust. And it does look like a lot of damage. can also use it there. Okay, that's the one move that I don't quite know the tell for. Yeah, this is what I mean. The music is so good during the second phase. Any more and I might kill him and I'll negate our hit, just like yesterday. Lower the audio just slightly more. Really tanky. If you're listening to that theme, you can see that they sort of managed to sneak in like Wuchang's main theme in there, just very slightly during that whole melancholy. Just very slightly, you sort of hear the leitmotif for Wuchang's main theme. I really feel like they haven't used it enough in the game because it is such a good theme. It's one of the reasons why I was excited for the game, right? Like if you'd seen the trailer for the game, it uses that theme. And there was just something about it that's very, very entrancing to me. Roulette. Jump. See, I'm testing whether some attacks are actually a lot safer behind as well. But it seems like there's the hitbox sort of edges behind you as well. Okay, not an ideal move to use that one. Lightning and Frost are both by Crew's weaknesses. That one is good. No, wait, never mind. I don't think that spell is good at all, because if he jumps towards you, he's usually going to be right near you and he's going to smack you in the face. So it's not a good move to dodge, unlike many other occasions where you want to use it. It would have been nice if you could actually control where you're dodging with that spell, but it always seems to go to the left, right? Like, if you could do a backstep or dodge into him, that would be amazing. The spell itself is also like really weak if you're not doing a thunder build, a lightning build. With a lightning build, it's a lot better. Assuming you can get an all of 5 hits. Oh! Okay, I did not know you did that. It almost looks like he's just swiping at you. Not have used that. Still testing where we can use Vortex Frost. Don't have enough of a gap for most of my Crew's attacks other than the long jet stream he does. Yeah, we might need to just change gears here, right? Well, at least I might need to. Instead of relying on the Frost one to get it, and instead of Spear Wheel, I might just get Upward Thrust, right? Because we get a lot of short attack opportunities. And because we're constantly poking by Crew, we have maximum Bolt Heart stacks. Sorry, Spherial, as much as I like you are a very fun counter move to use, especially against enemies. Now, because you work against both enemies with weapons and those without. But for this one, I might just use Upward Force because it's the fastest of all attacks. This is a Clash one. Do I have a Frost one? No, this is Blight. Solo Leap. Now, Solo Leap is pretty fast too, and it does allow me to follow up. Okay, you know what? I need a point from somewhere. How much am I looking at? Let's take 1 point away from magic. Because we are hopped up on magic and I'm not really using it all that well. There we go. Because Solo Leap will allow us to sort of follow up during that single jet stream attack where he does it only to the front. You can dodge through it and follow up the Solo Leap. And it's also quick enough that we can convert our Bolt Heart stacks into Skyborn Might and then rely on the spells which we're built up for. I got too greedy. I think that animation for the third hit is a double strike. Yeah, there we go. A good use of Solo Leap here. Ow. Oh, crap. Nope. Wrong move. Should wait for the roar before using it. Yeah, I can just constantly hit you with Solo Leap just because of how quick it is. Greed, but I guess we needed to test how many combos we can do there as well. It's kind of frenzy now. Ah, okay, that's the one move I need to internalize the tell for. I recognize it, but I'm not. My brain hasn't connected that. That's the tentacle attack. There we go. This is the wind one. Getting there. I know it doesn't look like that, but I feel like you're making connections to his entire moveset. It seems a bit more simplistic than the bosses you get at this late in the game. Like, definitely a lot more simpler than the Sovereign that we were fighting earlier. Now the question is, do I want to play it aggressive or play it safe? Oh, ah, come on. Okay, you are a bit longer than I kind of like. I deserve that one. See, not only am I trying to make it hitless, I'm also trying to incorporate spells and use the other weapon in there. So between using Phantom Flurry and Flickering Blade, you know what? Let's shift out of Flickering Blade. It's kind of the same thing. This is a deluxe edition weapon, and what they've done is Phantom Flurry is basically a better uh, Flickering Blade, right? Flickering Blade is only defensive; it just negates some damage. But Phantom Flurry actually uh, damages in addition to having the same animation. Oddly enough. Looks like I need to respec out of something else again. Well, we were taking care of some magic over here, so... Need one more point. Okay, I guess I'll take this too. And what do I want? Do I want... Selecting Zephyr. Something quick, right? Something quick. Swift Lunge is a great choice, I guess. Because it's the fastest Agma Mugar hits. You know, we could just go with this too. Doesn't really help us in our build though. And I don't believe that the second spinning kick of this is gonna stagger by crew, right? The main use for this skill, if you're using the one-handed sword, is the second kick, because it can just knock people away, giving you a bit of safety. Oh, this has frostbite. Okay, this is working directly into our build, because I want frostbite. Not gonna get the clash effect. I'm just gonna put that extra point into magic, I guess. Now I almost feel like, and doing the run back, I can have like 1 point of Skyborn White, or maybe 2. If we have 2, maybe I can just use something right at the beginning to inflict frost. Yeah, we have enough time to use it actually. See, it's always just trying to find that 1 point where you can be greedy. That always gets me. Wrong move. Could have used Solar Leap. My muscle memory is kicking in. We use that move so much after dodges that I'm automatically just defaulting to that one. Not ideal. Okay, time for some focus. So I say, as I try to find another opportunity where we can sort of get in that extra poke, right? It might feel a bit bad if you're just doing like little pokes in this game, but the truth is, the poise meter on bosses and a lot of enemies, right? The little circle on them actually stays for like a really, really long time as long as you poke them now and then. So it is possible to get like an easy obliterate on them if you just keep up the pressure with little pokes. No need to be overly aggressive, even though that's kind of what I'm trying to do over here. Ow. What is it? close. Got hit by the other hand. Yeah, unlike the other bosses, Bike Crew's main challenge is that there are times, depending on his positioning, where he will go into a move that is a lot faster than your attack, or your skill in this case. So you have to be a bit more careful on picking and choosing where you want to be offensive at. Luckily for us, he always starts off with that one attack, and I'm sure there's someone out there who's exploited that one attack. Because it's so scripted, there has to be a way to just really turn it to your advantage. Okay, what are you gonna do now? Yep, that was the wrong one. You gotta remember for that move that he has tracking on the very last hit. One, two, and then the very final hit is turned to you. That last hit is the one that actually has the tracking. Even that jump is gonna miss you if you are on his side. Too soon. Okay. Roar. Okay, we can't get in like two pokes there because we're animation locked. Just one poke for safety. Bike Crew is also weak against stab attack, so if you want, you could like really be aggressive with the dual blades too. Dual blades on ice. And dual blades have a lot faster of an animation than the spear. I feel like if you're playing spear, you need to be a bit more patient. You can't be overly aggressive unless a good opportunity presents itself. To wait for the final hit. Ah, okay. Okay, that was a bad one. We got hit. It doesn't do any damage. Wait, it does do damage. I guess we can be a bit more aggressive when the poise meter is filled up, right? Because we are more or less just right on the cusp of getting it. Oh, was he invulnerable during that? Did the magic cast not register because he was on the ground? Oh, right. Gotta remember that move. The moment I see him do that, like move back, not registering what his tail is, it almost looks like he's looking back. But he's sort of crouching inside. curling into a little ball and then just flailing about. Very thematically appropriate, right? Because it's almost like a baby throwing a tantrum, which exactly is what Waifu is. Alright, we're incorporating the spells a lot more, so let's see if we can incorporate the one-handed sword into the fight. Might be a little too close, yeah. It is possible for you to use the spell, but if you are close, you're gonna get hit. Okay, now we can use Vortex Thrust here. If we are behind him, if we are not. Gotta drag you a bit inside the arena, apparently, because if you're close, you're sort of messing everything up. He has a hitbox when he starts off the ground for that third hit. A bit deceptive, right? Because the first two hits do not have a hitbox on the ground. I guess it's because he's starting from below. Now, I actually wish I had the game on PC, right? And that there was a mod somewhere out there who showed us the hitboxes of all the bosses. A lot of them feel very fair, to be honest. Except there are some which sort of makes you raise your eyebrows. Honglan's waves are one thing, and Bo makes his spear water attack are another that I can think of. It almost feels like they've made the hitboxes for those attacks on the final size of the animation of the hit, but the hitboxes themselves appear at the very start of the animation when the animation itself is like very small, right? So let's say when you see the explosion of the water ball, even though you only see like the very small bit of the explosion at the start that's happening, you're still gonna get hit by the entire radius of the full animation, if that makes sense. That's what it feels like. Oh, accidentally using my heal point right there. A little too close? Yep, a little too close. I need to drag you back into the arena at the start, because you being here sort of makes it a bit unsafe for me to use it. You turned at him. That's a bit rare of an occurrence. Normally you'd just jump away. Muscle memory, muscle memory. Why art thou interfering in my plans? Well, at this point, it's all about just getting that no-hit run right. Because now I have an okay grasp of his moves, except for that one flailing move at the end. Everything else I feel like I do know. Now it's all on execution. Still too close. Yeah, I gotta remember to go into the arena, otherwise we are getting hit. Oh, I'm in front of him. Okay, something about that one is not working. I think I might have to move in a bit closer. I might be a little too farther away. Like move in closer, and that sort of forces that move to overshoot you, right? Because I know we can do that magic spell at the end there after the fourth hit. It might even be possible to just poke him when he's doing the second hit. You have to be careful for the third, because that's the one with the hitbox behind him. There we go. Yeah, I need to run in closer to him. We'll test it by dodging into his hitbox rather than away. Yeah, that's the trick I was missing. Nope. Got hit by that one. Unexpected. That was so funny, right? I think this is the first time I've ever been close to him during his phase transition move, that one scream he does. It never occurred to me that it can stun you too. Okay, that's the delayed leap, not the faster one. Fun times. Keep accidentally using my healing pot there. The inputs are surprisingly you can buffer that one, which is not something you can do with a lot of other stuff in this game. Oop, got too greedy. Poke, poke, poke. Nope, I'm checking the animation. I think I might be able to do that if I'm a little more committed to that attack, right? backhand, the backhand hitbox. That's all right. We already lost our challenge there. To no hit. Probably for our next run, right? I'll try dual blades in this fight because it seems like it's gonna be quite fun if you can actually just engage bike crew like really quickly. The reason I'm using spear, by the way, is that I do believe that bike crew is weak against stab, and your dual blades is also surprisingly a stab weapon depending on what type of hit you're doing. Ah, I got hit. That was a very good first engagement, though. Very good first engagement. I can kind of be aggressive here, right? No, at this moment, we sort of just need to get through the first phase without getting hit. I feel like if I keep trying to practice the phase 2, I'll never iron out the kinks during that first phase 1. Because we're getting like so many hits too, it is quite possible for me to change to one-handed sword as well. Although changing back to the spear is a bit more dangerous, because you're gonna be stuck in vortex thrust, and that's gonna keep you animation locked a lot longer. So if we change to one-handed sword, I'll have to change to spear manually instead of using vortex thrust. I think I can dodge it even if I am stuck in the animation there. Okay, no, a little too close there. Even if we dodge into him, if he slides out, not ideal. Okay, nope. I realize I've been looking at the one-handed swords has the spear stacks and thinking I could get biting Gold Heart to get me to full magic there. You see? You are angry. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Gotta remember that whenever he looks back, it's a bit of a tricky move, right? Because during phase 1, when he looks back, he'll do the leap back, and even if you're in front of him, there's a very high chance that he might hit you Because again, hitbox shenanigans, right? Like there's a hitbox in front of him, or rather the hitbox seemed to clip to the front during his jump back and I can't hit you. But during phase 2, when he looks back, it's that flailing tentacle thing move. Might be better to just dodge to the right in this case, or do I just want to strafe? The strafing is... There are times where just strafing around is just a lot safer. Okay, yeah, that's the one. That's the look back move, right? I guess the difference here is that he's on like all fours and not bipedal. Is that the right way to put it? He's not on all fours, but he's bipedal. The look back in phase 2 has him stand upright before he does it. I do believe he can do the jump back during phase 2 as well, so we need to be, or rather I need to sort of recognize that tell a lot more quickly so I can decide what I need to do. And we also need to stop getting hit by the phase 1 moves. Oh, come on. I'm too close to the wall. Yeah, okay, I need to be in the arena regardless, even if I do dodge into him. See if I can trigger his poise break here. Gonna go into phase 2 here. He is taking damage. He just very low damage, surprisingly. And that's the jump back, even though we are in phase 2. Just testing stuff randomly now. Okay, that's the flail. That's the flail. Like, there's a part of me that instinctively feels like that when he looks back, it's a jump back. So I'm getting out of the way to avoid getting hit. Which is not ideal for that move. What spells do I have? You are sort of useless. I can use this to gap close, but I sort of have solo leap and swift draw for this, so let's look at something else. Not many frost options for spells, unfortunately. I guess we have this into Dark Frost Flames. Like, better than nothing. I want something else though, right? Now, well, let me use this instead. It's the support spell that gives you more damage. I really can't think of any other spells other than this you want to use in a frost build, right? I mean, we don't even have any other frost spells. We have the same water thing that he's doing. And this doesn't have any electricity, so I kind of don't want to use this. Heavenly Thunder's okay, except it's like 3 points of damage. Skyborn White, not damage. Yeah, I really can't think of any other spell that's gonna be overly useful here. Note to self, check out what other spells people are using against in this fight. Let's just go with Dark Frost Flames for now. That is another frost spell we have, and might as well use it. If I need to buff up, I'll probably use that one, and it's probably a good spell to use before we do the critical hit. Just gotta remind myself to do it. Let's drag you back into the arena here. Too greedy, too greedy. We took in one additional hit there. I should have just done with the single poke. Oh, I don't have... of course, I used all my points on that one big spell. Let's reset again. I feel like I can do phase 1 without getting hit, so... let's focus on doing that for now. He doesn't seem to have any additional moves other than that flailing attack at the end. So, move-wise, he seems pretty simple compared to a lot of the other bosses. See guys, this is why it takes me 4 hours to defeat a boss in this game. I'm never satisfied with my understanding of how they function. Okay, I'm dragging you back in here. Nope, wrong. What? Oh, come on. Let's try again. Not what I intended to use. Since we're going back, I might as well buff myself up with the attack up passive. Although it only lasts for like a very short amount of time. Which kind of makes sense, right? Because it's only 1 point of Skyborn Might. I accidentally used my Mind Lotus Seed by the looks of it instead of using my spell. Consequence of altering my button mappings, because when we played the initial parts of the game earlier, I was using R1 for magic, but now I'm actually using R2 for magic. Muscle memory. I can only blame that, which I suppose means I'm blaming myself too. I don't have enough for spells, and I accidentally ended up using a stab. Come on. Okay, so even if we do get that first Skyborn Might, we just want to not use it, I guess? Just because, you know. How much does the halberd cost anyway? Is it like 2 points? Is that why I can spam it so frequently? It does cost 2 points, which means it's better for me to keep my... Let me quickly use a plume here and test something out. Gauge, if you would please. Thank you. Ah, okay, that's the attack up. It actually lies... Okay, not too long, because you can... Wait, I guess you guys can't quite see it, right? Because I don't have the buff visible. Let me momentarily Sorry, wrong page. Momentarily hide my tuber over here and find my clone so that we can remove that filter that I made. But yeah, that's where the actual HUD is, by the way. This is something I kept here so that you all can see. But below the HUD, you can see sort of a little divot, right? A little red divot. That's where your buffs are. And if I use magic on that buff, you sort of see how long it lasts. I was expecting it to last a lot shorter than this, but it does seem to last a pretty okay amount of while. Pretty okay while. Or rather, for quite a while. So, right, let me hide that once more and bring back our talking little PNG. There we go. If you're wondering why I kept my PNG tuber in the corner, it's because I'm not a very good artist. I've drawn this myself, and because of that, I did not actually flip the character while I was drawing it. So he looks odd if you flip him from right to left. Because of that, I've decided to do the more tedious thing of actually cutting out the HUD and moving it around rather than redrawing my own avatar, which I guess you could say is, well, I guess it depends which one is a more tedious thing. For me, cutting out the HUD is the less tedious one. Alright, let's bring you here. Nope, I am in front of you. I should avoid hitting you when I'm in front of you. I'm getting a buff from something else. An attack buff up. Do I have a charm or something that gives me attack up when my HP is low? That is not something I want equipped. Let me take a look at that. Oh, it's a crane pendant, yes. I think I originally intended to use the crane pendant because I was hoping that, yeah, there's this one piece of headgear in the game called a leech headwear. If you wear it, you end up getting slowly poisoned, right? Considerably poisoned, anyway. We have resistance to it, so it's taking a while. And my hope was that the devs actually made this headpiece specifically to allow you to go into the battle with all your low health items or benediction stones and pendants activated. But as you can see, after this is activated, this is nowhere near enough for low health items to the effect to proc. Right. It needs to be 30% and our HP is just not there. And you might be thinking, hey, just use it a second time and unequip it, right? Except this is Blight. And the way Blight in this game works is that it scales off your maximum HP, not your current HP. So if I get it a second time, it's gonna start at the very end of my HP bar regardless. And to be honest, it's not gonna do anything, like nothing. Like my hope was that the devs actually planned it so that you could use this to lower your HP to get the procs, right? But that's not the case. You can do it by sort of falling off a nearby ledge or something. Unfortunately, there isn't a nearby ledge here. And after equipping it, I completely forgot to change it because I do believe that this charm is very strong for spells. But because we don't have, we're not going to use it too much, I'm going to just go back to this one. The spell potency one. Because we don't have a frost pendant. Insofar as I know, there isn't a frost pendant in the game. We are sort of lacking options here. I hope that they give us more stuff in the future. A lot of... There seems to be quite a few items that... I don't know, it feels like it's missing, right? You have, like, for example, like, we can talk about this here, right? You have Thunder Pendant. Greatly increases your weapon's lightning damage at the cost of reducing its physical damage, right? Normally, you'd assume there's a pendant that's equivalent for this for fire and frost, the other two elements in the game, but there is no other pendant, insofar as I'm aware, that has a frost and burn effect of a similar nature. And there are some bugs with this menu. And one bug that I found is that I picked up the Tiger Pendant +1 for this and it disappeared. It did not drop into my inventory for some reason. Anyway, complaints aside, it's a bit of a shame that the devs just didn't do like have the leech headgear. Reduce your HP, allowing you to easily proc those pendants. It's basically the red tier stone, I guess, or the blue tier stone, whatever you prefer. Oh, wrong spell. Too soon. Wonder. I honestly feel like that jet that he does when he's jumping back keeps missing for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Oh, right, this move. Okay. I completely dumbfounded there myself. Now the flail move again. Alright. I need more practice in phase 2. So even if you're getting hit in phase 1, I'm gonna keep pushing to phase 2. And probably use my heals, which I'm not using right now, to make sure we can at least survive a bit more, right? So we can see the end of the fight. I don't feel like there's anything else to this fight, to be honest. Like, there doesn't seem to be anything else here that's worth learning move-wise. It's just a matter of putting what we learned into practice now. Is it just me, or is the audio desynced? Let me... Oh dear, the audio is desynced. Might have been because I was messing around with the HUD earlier. All these effects, you know. There we go. Hopefully that fixes everything. Okay, now I can actually hear my dash. Interesting. let's keep going. Ow. Never mind. He denied me that time. What do I have my frostbill built kit with? It's the spear, right? Not the one-handed sword. Because if I've been putting all my frost benedictions into the one-handed sword, it's gonna be like really funny. I did put all my frostbite stuff into. Okay. Uh, backstabs? No, we are not doing too much backstabs here. Take reduced damage. Don't really think there's anything we can use. Full health, right? Full health. That will be fine. And let's use the frost ones on this, because I'm entering the fight with frost itself, and we're inflicting frost more or less with the weapon. For you, I really don't like that we don't have many frost options. It's the one element I like, and it's not there. I can't really. I guess we'll go with this. Can't really think of a good setup for you, except maybe just random stuff to help. We do have a different frost spell, right? Increase the damage of frostbite, plunging force, counter force. Okay, yep, okay, let's go with this for now. Now we have a proper frost build. What have I been doing all this time? And you can actually see the attack effect on Wuchang now. The red glow. Drag you back into the arena. You are really trying to stick the wall here. Oh, come on. We are doing so much more damage now that Frost is on its proper weapon. Just gonna flail around for a bit. Okay, this one. I need to learn that move itself properly. Oh, wait now. Okay. just kill him if I'm not careful, so let's stop here. And rather than killing him, I'm just gonna focus on dodging his moves for now. See if I can see the tell for that flail attack of his. Something to help me distinguish the flail attack and everything else. And when you start just dodging like this, you just tend to realize just how simplistic some of the bosses are. That's the flail attack. Baifu's moveset is like really not that sensitive. Didn't see it. The flail, come on. Too soon. Okay, I didn't think he'd track me. Yeah, see? This move you can just pretty much just run around him and it completely misses you. And this is damage central. Because you can just come up here and use whatever long casting move you have. You can get a back attack, unfortunately. Ow. The ground exploded. A flip! Yeah, I am miss. Okay, you got me there, Bai. You got me there. Crew. It should be Crew, right? Not Bai. Because Bai is their family name. Almost there. Almost. I feel like we can do it on this stream. A no-hit for Monstrous Toddler by Crew. And we're doing a lot more damage when we have max health. Stab. Power weapons. Do I have that one pendant that makes me a glass cannon? Increases damage dealt, but increases the amount of damage I take. That's the pendant I'm looking for. Fire. Okay, here's what I mean. Like, here's the fire pendant, like the demon pendant. But this says greatly increases, but this increases your weapon's fire damage. So there is a difference in how those pendants are treated. Slash. No, there isn't. I guess we can stack on just maybe this, right? Increases damage dealt against large enemies. Does by Crew count as a large enemy? I do not know. We can stack this upon our own benediction stone. I'm not sure whether they're multiplicative or it's probably multiplicative, right? Not additive. Get you away and into the arena, thank you. Oh, we got a little too greedy, but that was almost a good phase one. Gotta keep the pressure up. Keep that poise happening. am I being so... Yeah, just use this. Because it has a lot more poise damage. And we can follow it up with the ice spell right here. The multiple ice strikes. He's gonna just jump back for phase 2 though here. We managed to proc another frostbite. And I could probably use like cross flames doing that. The flail, come on. How many times are you gonna get hit by this until you recognize it? Itself, don't attack there unless you really need to. Yeah, anymore and I probably might end up killing him again. Oh, no, I didn't mean to press that. Oh, luckily he didn't take too much damage. I've already accidentally beaten 2 bosses like that, who I was trying to no-hit, right? Fangling in the tank, in Cloudspire, and the Fierce Tiger in Shenfu Temple. Both bosses I was trying to no-hit, but in those fights I was just so absorbed in it, I accidentally killed them without realizing that their HP was so low. So I'm being a lot more careful with this one. Although this one feels like you have considerably less to learn compared to those fights. Considerably. Get you back to the arena. Nope, what? I couldn't dodge that? Oh, never mind. Let's reset. I know I need to get used to the flail attack. But I also feel a bit disappointed in myself whenever I get hit by the very first attack the boss does. Any boss does, to be honest. There we go. Yep. God. Let's keep going. We'll end the flail this time. Well, it wasn't the first attack, so yeah. Oh, what? I got hit by the second? You did the turn there. You're doing combos that patterns that I'm so not familiar with. You're using this here too? Wow, okay. Animation stuck. can't go close. I just feel like resetting now. So I guess you're gonna help me with that. Or not. Okay, never mind. I was sure you'd kill me. That was too slow. Might be able to use solo vortex loop there. Keep my offense up. Okay, no, you tricked me there. I was sure you were gonna do the backwards leap there, but it wasn't. Okay, maybe the animation's a little too long for me to actually be able to use it. But here I can use it. Alright, any more and we're probably gonna end up defeating the boss. Once again, we have to get ourselves down. Okay, I think I've gotten a general sense of how this is going to work out. So, because I'm resetting a lot of the fights now, or rather I feel like I should be resetting, I'm going to change out my equipment here as well. Right now, I'm wearing equipment that's strong against my crew. He uses almost everything, but I'm assuming he's mainly using a lot of physical attacks, right? And not blunt. Slash and stab seems to be his. I'm just guessing here, right? But this set works like really well. So what I'm gonna do is just change to the dragon set, which doesn't have as much decent defense against all these stats. And I'm gonna keep the ceramic jar because that's something I need to test, but I feel like the ceramic jar might be sort of an EXP boost item. I mentioned this on stream yesterday too. And if that's the case, then might as well get some more EXP while we're defeating by crew, right? Because apparently, according to this, wearing this jar may well produce some surprising effects. Now, what those effects are, they don't tell us. Okay, at least we're taking more damage now, so I can reset a little easy. Dude, please. Not to grab one, that's gonna take too long. Oh, you just move around me for the most part. You're not even tracking me. I swear he did the tracking a lot more on first release, right? His attacks were a lot more focused than now. Because I was stubborn and actually tried to defeat him the very first time you meet in game. I loaded up a new game over and over just to see if I can beat him at the start, and it was pretty worth it, to be honest. You get like 5 upgrade points for that. Here we go. The backhand got me. That's one of the problems if you, honestly, if you just are a little too close to the bosses in this game, you end up circling back to the front and getting hit, which is not ideal. Do I not get hit if I'm like really close to you there? Is that what's happening? That would be kind of funny. Oh, yeah, I did not get hit there. Alright, fella, can you reset the fight for me? Much obliged. Madness descends. I'm almost tempted to switch to another weapon because I'm starting to feel just slightly bored, right? But if I know that if I shift to another weapon, it's going to take us another 3 hours or so to learn that weapon's ins and outs for this fight. We also buff our second weapon, right? Because I believe the temperance is stored until we bring it out. Greed. The greed. Let's reset again. But yeah, the temperance is stored. That is the one buff that I kinda hope they... Well, maybe in the future, right? It's very unlikely, but I wish we had a timer for that visible on our HUD. Oh, I guess a quick test will actually do it. Like, right? I can test this right now, right here. If I buff up my sword, and if I buff up my frost sphere, now I just need to wait until it runs out, because we can very obviously, like, see when it does. And if my long one-handed sword still has the buff, that means it's running on a separate timer that's only active when the weapon is on screen. Any day now. Almost tempted to emote here. Just because we'll pass the time. But then we can't see the weapon, right? Even Wuchang's getting getting impatient. She's like, okay, what are you doing? Why are we waiting here? And you last for quite a while too. Not too long though, because I know we run out of it mid-battle. At which point I'll have to rely on putting it on only one weapon, because we only get a max 3 temperance. This is also another feature from Lies of P they borrowed, right? In other games, this is kind of your resins, your pine resins, your flame resins, whatever resin, or sticky white stuff you apply to the blade. Okay, there goes our buff. Now, if I shift over to the one-handed sword, does it still have it? No, it does not. So it's running on an internal timer. It's not stored. Okay, I guess that is it. Hopefully enter the dream and reset. A bit disappointed, because if you could keep the temperance buff running between two weapons just by... It gives you more of an incentive to switch between them, right? Because you're delaying the temperance on one weapon by keeping the other on field. I haven't been using any items. Not sure there is anything we can use against. Well, again, frost and lightning does well, right? Testing done, go back into fight. And try not to get hit. That's the general plan. Okay, got hit right off the bat. In my haste to make ourselves towards the center of the arena so that we can make sure that my crew is not getting hung up on the nearby walls, I forgot that if he jumped backwards or backstep, that he's gonna hit me with those hits. He only misses if you dodge towards him. In general, a lot of the boss fights in this game function in that same way. Though there are some where backstepping is the better move to do, like Fierce Striker. If you backstep doing his charge, you are in position to hit him. But if you dodge towards him, you're going to be way far away from him. The arena a lot easier this time. Oh, come on. It's more. It's always those wide arcs that I tend to end up hitting, because I feel like you can actually be aggressive and getting a little hit in there. No, not feel like, I know you can. You just have to be like really careful of where he's swinging. On your own positioning, if you're far away, it's not a good idea to approach. If you're near and behind him, you can actually keep up the offense. was too soon a dodge. Okay, now I'm getting hit by the first phase stuff. Might be a little too tired, might need a little break. But let's see, we'll do a few more runs, and if I'm getting hit by the first few attacks, I'll take a break. How long have we been going at it? Almost 2 hours, no wonder. You'd think doing it for 2 hours would make you better at it, though. Drag you back to the center of the arena. Jump. The one move you need to be careful of. Ah, you hit me with the backstep. Come on. I'm getting too much range with the Swift Lunge here. Oh wow, that spell just went to Narnia. Okay, let's reset. Bit better than the last few runs where we just got hit initially. But still not our best ones. The best ones are where we made to phase 2 without getting hit. At which point I'll have to be careful of the flailing attack. Oh. At least he killed us easily. Nice of him to do that. Don't have enough magic points. Ah! Wanted to get my bolt heart stacks, but he did the jump back. Why exactly am I so tanky against this boss anyway? Should I just be wearing the lighter armor set? Because we can survive like multiple hits, which is kind of weird. Okay, you know what? Let me just shift to something lighter. something like what would be light, right? Would this be considered light? No, this actually has like really good defenses too. Most of the deluxe edition stuff has like really good defenses. Even you, actually, all things considered. This one, the Sovereign Dragon's Robe. I guess the Genwu Temple stuff should not be like too high level. So let's use those. Genwu bracers and Genwu sandals. And since we're in the Genwu set itself, I'll just use the headgear as glamour. Looking like Wang Jena right now. The way the robes flow on the character looks kind of weird to me, though. That's no way. It's like the physics doesn't actually work properly. Drag him in. Oh well, that's something I've never seen you do before. Where are you going? Oh, audio's decent, huh? Okay, you can already hear it. I have to rely on the wizard tools now. Move. Oh. That one doesn't even look like an attack. It just looks like he's turning around. Okay, we better stop now. That was a good fight, though. I feel like the only hit I got hit by was the one at the start. So, if you would... Now, even with the Genwu robes, we're surprisingly tanky. I was under the impression that this boss did a lot more damage. What does the Genwu Temple robes have? Like, okay, it does have decent stats actually. Now let me find a set that's like almost zero. Okay, let's fix the audio issue first. The desync. There we go. A quick reset of that always does it. Usually, if it doesn't crash. The delicate armor might actually be the one with the lowest defenses, right? Let me see if I can find anything that's lower. Do you have lower Mistress of the Night Phoenix. This is barely, but lower slash mitigation, so we'll go with that. Lower. Fang Yao's set is actually considerably lower on stab, and it might be Fang Yao's set, which is actually the weakest. Yeah, it is Fang Yao's set, but I don't believe I have anything else for Fang Yao. And we can keep the rest, but I don't quite think it matters. No, this feels a bit scandalous for my tastes. If it doesn't make much of a difference, we'll shift. You know what? Since I am being bothered by this, just shift to this armor because I do like the look. Okay, but it doesn't match, the footwear doesn't match. Go with this. I haven't used this DLC armor and it looks kind of cool. It matches well with the priest aesthetic. Monk aesthetic, I should be saying. Not the priest one. Drag you back here, if you please. Oh. Almost got hit there. The greed. I am not dying from this either. For some reason, I'm like really tanky here. And I don't even understand why I am so tanky. The grab itself killed me. I'd have preferred if I'd actually just get one shot, to be honest. I guess I know unequipping everything will probably do that for us, but I kind of want to try it with something else. Yeah, this combination actually looks pretty cool, all things considered. Especially when you're holding on the one-handed sword, it looks pretty awesome. Bring him a bit more to the inside for that jump. Ah, it's always that move. It's always that move which gets me. Somehow it just barely manages to hit. So we gotta be a bit more careful when it's the horizontal slashes. Can't go in poking. If you can't poke, we'll just shoot spells, right? Might as well. Okay, I just told myself that and I completely forgot. Alright, come on, reset. At least we're dying a bit more quickly now. Be careful of the horizontal flashes. Be careful of horizontal flashes. Oh, come. I must admit that move sort of messes me up too. He uses it like very rarely when you're at an angle from him. It's a turning move, and it does almost like no tilt for it. The tilt is his scream, I guess. It doesn't really have an anticipation animation to it. Just to scream and then turn around and hit you. Reminds me of that one move in Expedition 33, right? There's this giant enemy with a club, and during its attack, it will almost look like it's just casually swinging his club around, but that casual swing is meant to hit you. It's almost the same principle right here. Carried over between games. Careful. Oh, I almost got hit there. Keep up the pressure. Alright, reset. It's not safe to approach when... Oh my god, okay. Did we crash? We did crash. Something went wrong with your system software. Your PS5 recovered. And okay, this has happened to me before. It gives you the crash message, but actually nothing happens. Wuchang, this started happening with the recent patch. It didn't used to happen to me before, right? On 1.5.1. Wuchang always had performance issues. For me, at least, on PlayStation 5. Because there was this one area, Cloudspire, right? The snowy area. And you would get like terrible frame drops on release. And if you went ham, the same thing would happen over there. It would freeze, but it would never crash. That crash that we got on stream is the second time I've actually gotten it. You get the message that it crashed, but it's still running in the background. I have no idea what's happening there. I need a dev to explain it to me. Not an unfortunate thing to happen. If that happened on a good run, I would be a little miffed, right? But we already gotten hit there. Did I just play it like really, really safe? The only reason I'm getting like hit so much is because I'm trying to poke the thing while it's attacking. If you wait for the pattern to end, it's gonna be much safer. Oh, okay. That scared me. Can we do the slam? We can follow up with the halberd here. It might be, yeah, a bit dangerous because we're near the wall. Reset. Muscle memory dodge from there. You have fallen. Yes, I am aware. I wonder if that's what that character actually means, right? Any one of you who's Chinese, let me know. Is it you have fallen? Because they have a very weird phrase in the game for optional bosses, and we'll probably see it during this time. It's something like Wankahara Wuchang. Was it Sankara Wuchang? I guess we'll see. It's either Wankahara or Sankara. Getting the audio bug too. PC is really suffering here. I'm gonna close some programs in the background. Make sure it's all okay. Most of the programs are just for monitoring the stream, to be honest. But hey, weirder stuff has happened, and with that audio glitch, we will be desynced again. So you guys will see a bit of flickering as I correct this. I'm honestly not sure whether the stream is even going through that, going through when I'm adjusting those. But hey. It was a bad move on my part. It's interesting. Okay, let's try just unlocking the camera and dodging him for a bit. It makes it a bit harder to track him because my camera is still set on slow. When I learn how to do that, I'll have to increase the camera sensitivity. Because there are some moves that are definitely better dodged without the camera lock on, because it's not completely okay in this game. And you don't really notice it on a casual run, but if you're trying to do stuff like not get hit, or okay, maybe you would notice even on a casual run, right? Sometimes you'll dodge across the boss and you swear you'll miss him, but because your character like sort of dodges around the boss rather than away from him, right? If you're locked on, Wuchang has a habit of just curving around the boss instead of just dodging through. And that sometimes leads you to getting hit by moves that you don't really want to get hit by. Weird stuff. The more you play, I guess. Okay, I'm dragging you to the center. I'm kind of tired of facing you in the middle each time and getting hit by nonsense. Oh, it was the vertical move. Inside my head, I was like, okay, this is that one move that I almost get hit by. I should not be hitting, and I still press the button. Like, if I see that, I'm shifting to the sword short and just sending like waves against this fellow. If I have the Skyworm for it, it's a lot safer. Yeah, I don't even know how to explain it to you all, right? I want to do the fight without getting hit, but at the same time, I don't want to make it look like it's too passive, right? Because you can play very safe in a lot of the fights in this game. Just wait for the patterns to end, right? Instead of poking little damage holes now and then. And taking like little damage opportunities. I don't want to be overly passive. And a lot of the better players can actually do it like really, really aggressively without getting hit. I am not doing that. So you need a bit of luck to determine what pattern you're getting to avoid getting hit. I don't like that one, right? Because sometimes he will just go forward and miss you on the front end. This reset. The defeat of getting hit. If all things fail, I might just end up playing it like really safe. It might look a bit boring, but best way to get a no-hit is that way. Just avoid the whole pattern instead of trying to damage it doing that. And honestly, the spear is just not a good choice if you want to do it that way. The spear requires like really patient gameplay. You're gonna have to pick your moments and do like little pokes to keep the pressure on. Right, here we go again, Baiku. See there, I tried to actually get a Skyborn Might from that attack. I knew he was gonna attack me there, but I waited a little too long. So here's a fun fact you guys might have not realized too. Sometimes you can't do a perfect dodge if you did not get hit by the enemy's hitbox, right? In another game, normally just doing a backstep, even if you're not in the hitbox itself, might count as a perfect dodge. But in Wuchang's case, you sometimes need to go through those hitboxes to guarantee getting a Skyborn. And even if you dodge those, and you really notice this on projectiles, right? The Lotus Flower is an example. You can shimmer through that, avoid the explosion, and still not get a Skyborn Might because the hitbox for that is, it happens. I don't quite know how to explain this. You seem to be able to get a perfect shimmer when the explosion of the Lotus Flower happens, rather than the projectile itself going through you. I thought I got hit there for a second. Come on. This is vertical. Wait. Be a bit safe for that one. Although I don't quite like it. Slam? Slam. Risk it? Oh, the risk did not pay off. I got hit. The poise is so close. I was hoping that the poise, yeah, just a bit more and we could have gotten a stagger there. The risk did not pay off, gentlemen and gentlewomen. I hope you all aren't terribly bored of this, because it's gonna go on for quite a while. And even though I said I'd take a break after a few tries, I'm still here. I'm still here. Because there's a part of me that's like, okay, you can do this, you can do this, you can almost make it without getting hit. Just stop being too greedy. Audio's decent again, really. Yep, decent. Never mind. I got distracted. Oh yeah, we're a little too close to the wall again. that sort of changed the positioning. Okay, let me fix my audio as we very ungracefully die over here. And I'm also gonna cut off another program in the background. And hopefully that's enough. Doing pretty okay there, right? I think the one thing I wasn't sure, once I shift to like one-handed sword, I'm not quite sure of... Oh, what? The audio just desync right there again. Why are you being like really, really weird today, game capture? You are usually not this finicky. Now it might just be okay. Yeah, usually I don't have my Word documents or Excel sheets in the background, but I have a few saved back there. Just save them and shut them down if this keeps happening. I dodged right into it. It's the vertical one again, huh? I mean the horizontal one, not the vertical one. The horizontal swipes. But yeah, see, that's one of those moves where, yeah, Wuchang sort of curves around the boss rather than just dodge in one direction. Yeah, I honestly feel like this fight would be better served if you rely on learning the fight unlocked rather than the targeting circle. There we go. Step away from him for there. The problem is now I can't use my max spell. It's so near the wall. That was a bad move to use. And no one to blame but myself for that one. Occasionally I'll be like, okay, that's on me for being a little too aggressive, or that's on the game for having like weird dodge movements. But as a player, it's sort of up to you to learn the ins and outs of the combat system so you can avoid such situations. Rivulet once again. Back to the center. Oh. Just gonna avoid this altogether. I hate the fact that he is so close to the wall. Get over here. Whoa, okay. That's close. This is the vertical one. Oh, we got it. Excuse me. There we go. Whoa. The pattern's sort of messed up here. Oh, what? I took damage. The timing was off. He's doing a higher jump now, too. And that's the one move that we sort of need to learn. I have my mouth half open here. Just to deal with all. Alright, you know what? Here's our game plan. If we don't do very well on this round, I'm gonna take a break. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, make myself a cup of tea, get myself some water, and then we'll come back and face it again. A good refresh might be what we need. Nope, wrong move. I should have been the halberd move. Okay, yeah, this calls for a short break. If anyone's watching, give me a few, right? And let me just take a little break where I fill up my little water bottle over here, make myself some tea, and then we'll continue. I think I still have some lukewarm coffee right here. Right? Uh, let me stretch out and take a little break. Be right back, gentlemen. All right, and back. Now that I have the bottle here, I still haven't drank it. There we go. Now that we've had a sip of water, and I have a wonderful green tea with ginger here. Oh, maybe the taste is not as wonderful as I was thinking. Sorry about that. But tea is good for nursing a cold, which is what I'm doing right now. Welcome back to the stream. I guess we're gonna continue our tries for defeating Baiku without getting hit. I'm gonna keep at it, everyone. You're gonna keep trying. All we need to do is play it a bit safe. Honestly, just play it like really safe when he does the horizontal stuff, right? And then go ham. If I want to be more aggressive, I might have to use the more cheesiest stuff, right? Like ethereal form, which allows you to avoid a lot of those attacks. But nah, we'll do this. We'll do this with my own set of rules and limitations. I jumped at him. Might be. Oh, luckily we didn't get hit. I was worried because we were a bit nearer to the wall. Oh no, I got too greedy there. I thought I could get it with a poke. I tell myself not to be greedy and I end up being greedy at the end. Although now I'm not even using my spells. I guess we gotta be a bit more proactive in using that stuff too. Because we have a perfectly good ranged option. The ethereal ice shot or ice face. What's the name of this spell again? Dark Frost? Something? Let me make sure. Dark Frost Flames. Yeah, Dark Frost Flames, it doesn't do much damage, but it does a ton of Frostbite debuff. And with our build, we are actually taking away a good chunk of the boss's health by getting that Frostbite debuff. Let's keep moving. Just execution now. Just execution. Sort of missed me there. That was the sideways attack where it hit you while running around. Have a spell we can use at the moment? Come on. I don't want you too close to the walls. I don't want to let you... Oh, the poise dropped. That was what I was worried about. Can we escape? Oh, the scream does damage, right? I forgot about the scream after the grab. Please reset. One more. Thank you. Much appreciated. See, as long as you keep the pressure up, even if it's just a single poke, that meter's not going down. We're not getting as much Skyburn from this fight because we are pretty much just avoiding his hits by strafing rather than dodging. So I don't Actually have an access of Skyborn like to spend as we go. Alright, come on. What I intended to do. Risk it. Oh, too far away. Just gonna go into phase transition. Let's use this move over here. A bit of a weird movement there. Oh, come on. That was such a clean phase one. The break actually did us like really good, but then I completely forgot about the fail tell. I should just muscle memory it for myself now, right? Just make it so that instead of dodging backwards during phase one for when he jumps away, just dodge towards him. Rely on the invincibility frames of the perfect dodge. That way I'm not going to be caught up by that flailing attack. Very good phase one though. I'm pretty happy with how that went. Oh, what? Oh, that was a bad angle. That was one of those situations where you might have noticed that whenever I dodge, I try to do it to his left, and it feels like even with the smash, the left side is a bit safe. The way he curves around you, the jump misses on the left, but not on the right. For some reason, his angling when you're on the right is more accurate towards you and can hit you. Just the general arcing path, I guess. Syncing, huh? Yep, wrong time to use that. The audio desync threw me away. Let me change my scenes. I don't even have access to my sources at the moment. You guys are going to see a bit of a transition as I try and fix this audio bug. Okay, you know what? I promised myself that I should do this when it happened last time, so what I'm going to do is, you're probably going to hear me hit the keyboard. I'm going to save all my work documents in the background. And close them out. Unfortunately, when you have a bit of a potato PC, stuff like this happens constantly, I'm afraid. There we go, hopefully. And let me reset our game capture. And hopefully we will no longer have any issues with the audio from now on. Let me shift to the one-handed sword. How much stamina do I use for the staff? Okay, this is faster. The one-handed sword is faster. I'm gonna play it safe for vertical hits. Oh, okay, so you can't actually poke there either, because he might do the dodge back and that will hit you. So even if you do play it safe with the vertical hit, if your timing is off for the poke, you're gonna get hit. Interestingly enough, I seem to have found, like, when he does the slams down instead of the horizontal swipes, you do seem to be able to do your combo as long as you're on the left. We are in a bit of an odd position where we can do it without getting caught by any of his hitboxes. Oop. Oh, I forget that he jumps there too. After doing the double horizontal, he'll either do the double horizontal again or go into a jump. That was a shame, because the jump is such an easy counter, right? It's not at all difficult to dodge. Just forgetting that the pattern exists. My fault entirely. See, this is what I mean, right? A lot of the moves, a lot of the times when you get hit by any boss in this game, I don't feel like it's unfair. There are some moves, again, which are very nonsensical. This utter garbage. But that one was not one of them. Is he gonna do the jump? Yep, he is. I could have even gotten off the final hit there. This might be a bit dangerous. Okay. Nope. Wrong move there. Wrong poke. Yeah, I didn't realize this one before, but it might be possible to do the entirety of the spear combo when he does those slam downs. We might need to be a bit lucky when he does the follow-up move where he starts slamming down on the ground multiple times. Oh, I ran out of stamina. I can only do it like twice. And you can. You absolutely can. Use your entire spear combo there and jump. Oops. Double? Yeah, that was a little too close. a risk there, but it paid off. He's gonna go into phase transition, so we're gonna use the icicle as well. Gotta be careful of the flail now. And the jump. I have no idea how I managed to dodge that one. For the easy hits. Oh no! I can't believe it. I just had to open my mouth right in the game. It's like, nope. Oh my god. Why? The game punishing me for my arrogance right there. Instant karma. But hey, that was a awesome run actually. I think one of the runs where I was really satisfied with. I wasn't shifting the weapon, but we were using spells quite a bit. Maybe not every spell in our arsenal. What is my third spell anyway? I'm not using the attack up buff, and I'm not using the projectile spell. Gotta remind myself I have those. Keep up the pressure. But that loop seemed pretty decent, all things considered. I just go ham on this combo over here. And get away, bait his jump. It is this. Double, yep. Bit of a risk there, but again, worked out. Excuse me? Can we get... Okay. Oh, thankfully we got it. We can get a Frost Rock here too, with the Icicle spell. Jump? Not sure what you're doing here. This might be a little too far for me to get there safely. You can. Not this time. Oh, too soon. I got damaged by the raw. Now, at least he's giving me a bit of practice here. Ah, come. Okay, I'll be wary of that one next time. Here's his tentacle flail. All I can see is just as Wuchang falls into the lake. She's going down, and then she's just pointing at her own eyes and pointing at Baikru as she slowly sinks into the lake. I'm coming for you, Baikru. I almost have you. 1, 2, run. 1, 2, and run. That threw me off. Unfortunate. Let's reset. Hopefully everything's working fine. Hey, Yozai. Might as well talk to you since we haven't talked to you in ages.
I shall continue my search here. Look around. It may help jog your memory. If you find yourself in danger, call out to me.
Okay. And yes, if you use the bone whistle in the bike crew fight, and you are following the quest line until now, Hey Yozai will actually appear to help you there. You can even see the message when we enter the arena, right? Use your bone whistle to call for help. That the help you get is from Hey Yozai. Oh, I seems to be using my healing bot there. Weird glitch. Oh, that okay. Completely unexpected. That is the one move that always gets me, right? He does it so randomly. It's based entirely on your position versus his. And the tell for it is just a scream. There's no... There is a bit of an animation tell, but it's like really, really quick. So if I hear a scream, I should be just moving away. Which is a bit difficult, mind you. Because almost all of his attacks have like screams. Oh, I ran out of stamina. Unfortunate. Make sure we don't end up using a pot there. Not that it matters. Oh, I was too in front of him. I was a little too far on the backstep. And that allowed him to have enough distance to hit me. Jump. So many little things you have to watch out for to get that perfect run with all these rules we're using. Just to reiterate, we're not going to be using the Bow Mega's shield. We're not going to be using ethereal form, not unless we can help it, right? Because there are some moves that are just nonsense without it. And we will not be using leech or any skill that gives us healing back primarily. Even if we do, we'll count it as a loss. Those are my arbitrary rules. Arbitrary rules. We're getting a no hit here. Okay, I always get confused when you do that little turning move. Wait, he jump. Okay, protect cloud. We can go full ham here. At this angle, he should not hit. Yep, a little too close to the wall. The wall curved in his hit. Again, little things that you constantly need to be keeping in the back of your mind to make sure all the factors in your run are as consistent as possible to allow you to get a good run in. Madness descends. Have been descending for quite a while. It would have been kind of funny, right? If they made the mechanic, the madness mechanic, in a way where your inner demon spawns into the arena and actually helps you. I'm sure a lot of people would equally. It's probably the reason, right? A lot of people might have been mad that you're getting a summon to help you in a boss battle. It's probably why they didn't do it. And I guess it wouldn't make too much sense story-wise either. Got lucky there. I thought I might get hit. No, the flail. You gotta remember not to jump back, because it's the same animation as this. Let's keep going as much as we can without healing. Oh, never mind. Denied. Denied. I'm still not familiar of what's the safe gaps for you to be using spells during that phase. But we get like a really good start there with the icicle spell, and it does a ton of damage with frost proccing. So I have to remember to buff my weapon during phase transition, because we run out of frost shortly after that. Nope, not a good gap to use it at. It's reset. A faster projectile spell might have worked there, right? Although I don't think there is another faster projectile spell. Even the basic spell has like 2 hits, which sort of locks you into an animation. If you had like a really quick jab, that would have been nice, just to keep up the pressure. Why do I end up using that always? No idea. Oh, you can use it. You simply... Oh, I couldn't see because of the mist. But you can use it. It's just... You need to dodge out of the last seconds of the animation. Okay, good. like that we can be offensive there, even though it's a bit sketchy. Surprisingly sketchy. Let me just stretch out myself here. Roll those shoulders. A consequence of being middle-aged, you see. Everything starts to hurt. Oh, okay, that one pattern where he turns. I even heard the scream, and I still managed to get hit. My mind is still not clicking with that one move. Like, when I heard the scream, I'm like, okay, what's happening here? Visible confusion. And it's only after getting hit I'm realizing that, hey, he changed the pattern there. Brave the mist. This time I'm not getting hit by that one. Oh no, we got hit by the screen. I still need the timing for that one. Reset. Yes, it's a nice flip, I agree, but can just one more? So what was his sequence there? He ditched the... What did I get hit by? Oh, okay, yeah. The scream attack. That was what I got hit by. The timing for that is when he lowers his head after he realizes that he missed. But it is possible for you to either do it late or do it soon. The window is pretty large, it's just I'm not understanding where I should be dodging just yet, because it's a bit of a rarer move, at least in phase 1. The turn move. What a weird combination right there. Be careful of that when he turns. Oh, I couldn't do the solar leap there. I have enough magic points to use the icicle spell. gonna do his multiple jumps now, I think. Yep. And this ought to be the last one. Oh, the flail. The flail got me. Thought it was gonna jump back. The funny thing is the flail can miss if you're directly under him too. Okay, good first phase. We're getting more consistent in not getting damaged in first phase, so I'm gonna take that as a victory. I'm sure there are people out there who can do this no-hit a lot faster. Unfortunately, I'm one of those people who sort of just needs to get beaten black and blue before the moves are cemented into my brain, right? The neurons need to click for me to realize that, hey, this is what's happening. A little too close there. Turned out okay. This is the one move I'm not sure what he's gonna do. Oh, the slam. It was a little too angled there. Yeah, you hear the leitmotif in the music right there. To jump back, not the... anymore, and we're gonna kill him anyway, so... During the phase 2 change, I need to find the track and just listen to it separately. It's such a good track, right? I don't think... Part of the reason why it's not translating as well into the game is because he doesn't have a good phase transition. It's just a scream. Like if he had something more cinematic, like Fierce Tiger, or even the Sovereign, or rather the Emperor, and maybe even Vermilion Honglan, right? Because you have good points where the character just backs off and does this change in animation where you know that, hey, things are going down here. But the music itself is just letting you know that, hey, looking dangerous. Oh, tried another different tactic and we got hit. My intention was to use the swipe there to change to one-handed sword and then immediately use the halberd, the frost halberd. Unfortunately, I don't have enough Skyborn points to do it. Maybe we can do it if I had like gold Skyborn at that point, but not at the start. Definitely not at the start. Yep. That, yep. Figured out that pattern at least. Oh no, I wasn't expecting him to do. Okay, you know what? I really wasn't expecting him to do the spray. I was expecting him to jump back and then jump towards her, so it can branch off to the spray too. Yeah, that was what I was expecting. And it's only after this he goes into the spray.
Back to life! He's much more capable than that tower.
Oh, the other pattern. I actually got a perfect dodge there from something. I don't even know what. Oh, no, not. Oh, never mind. That was actually the one-handed sword's acid mana regeneration. The one move, the one pattern we need to learn to completely seal the deal for phase one is that one, where he just screams and turns around and smacks you in the face. Sideways.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Don't have enough Skyborn here. Nope. And we were so close we actually got hit by the roar, which is not something we have to do. But funnily enough, if we dodge that one, we should have damage opportunity. So having the boss near the wall might be a good way to just keep up the offense, right? Like if a lot of the phase transitions for the bosses are dodgeable. Bososura's multiple tornadoes, if you time it right, you can actually enter into the very last shockwave and attack her for a bit. You can do the same for the Ming General at Cloudspire. You can actually just dodge his all attacks there. Oh, was I in the wrong angle? Okay, that's very good. Kind of odd to get hit by that one. We must have been right. To avoid getting hit when you're using the halberd, there you have to be on his left side. If you're even remotely in front of him, he seems to be able to just clip you barely. I'm not even pressing the button to use that, he'll would somehow end up using it. Jump back. That's what you do when this pattern happens. There we go.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Oh, I was too in front of him. See, this is a danger of being a little closer to the wall. He doesn't move as much because the wall's hitbox, the wall's collision box is preventing him from doing the same movement. It might be just safer to drag him to the center of the arena. We won't be able to get a close phase transition because of that. Because usually he'll find the furthest place to jump to, right? Or at least it feels that way. Our inner demon wondering just how many times we've run past her. Yeah, you can even see the boss sort of freaking out already, just being a little too near to the wall. Yeah, and again, I kind of want to get the phase transition attack in too, but the wall it's sort of giving us a bit of a unexpected variable, right? A variable where his patterns are disrupted. So no, we're gonna drag you a bit to the center, even if we did not have an attack during phase transition. Technically speaking, we do have an attack during the phase transition, the icicles. And I've been using the icicles a little too quickly. It might be better to just wail on his head a bit before he jumps away and then use the icicle spell. That is the sound of my audio desyncing again. I do have to wonder why Elgato is being a bit uncooperative today. I'm not seeing anything on screen. Let's hope it doesn't crash. Okay, now that's better. I got too greedy again. I thought I could use it there. Swift lunge has almost no distance. Can't use that flashing flurry skill there. It's not even a good skill to use for damage here, I think. Because it's feathering based, I think. Let me take a look at that spell. It looks like it's feathering based. The little distractions I can keep to myself. Shadowless Blade? No, not Shadowless Blade. Slicing Zephyr? Phantom Flurry, right? Oh, it's magical. Okay, never mind. That's it should be good for using magic. Let me also, now that I think about it, still think I have like, yeah, an agility one for my temperance, and this is for attack power, and this is for status buildup and duration. Do I have anything else I can use here? Feathering, strength, agility, magic. I can put in 2 pieces of magic. Okay. I'm having a hard time seeing where this is. Yeah, you can put in 2 pieces of magic there. Okay. They won't be doing as much damage now, but I think the fact that our blade becomes magic or increases the potency of our magic will help us. Because I am using quite a bit of halberd and even the projectile now. At least when we get a good pattern. And when I remember. Jump back. I might be a bit slow with this one. We made it.
Father looks so happy. He's much more beautiful than towers.
Yeah, that was a bad move. Because he was near the wall, I didn't use the halberd move where we normally did. I was assuming that we could use it before. Unfortunately, we could not. I mean, afterwards. Unfortunately, we could not. Because that animation is also pretty long. Might have been better to just go with Phantom Flurry there instead. This Phantom Flurry is surprisingly fast. Nope, I buffed the wrong weapon. Okay. Oh, I don't have a magic spell. A little too close, but let's risk it. Oh, he delayed his jump there. Interesting. Is it because we proc Frost? Oh, come on. Trying to attack him from a distance and just hearing my audio crackle is throwing me off so much. So much. Let's reset here. So turn off my Final Fantasy thing over here. Somehow I put it in here. I gotta remind myself that next time we are streaming, I'm gonna be doing it after I give my computer a good restart, because having all my work programs open in the background, and even after closing them, it does seem to affect the stream, which is unfortunate. I don't believe my quality is too high, but I do like to keep the audio quality at least as stable as possible. Because I feel like for a lot of people, audio is a lot more important than just visually being able to see it. Might be a weird thing to say for a stream. Again, we're a little too close to my liking.
Back to life. Father looks so
I'm gonna drag you back.
He's much more capable than that Taoist.
Aw, I couldn't cancel the animation soon enough. I was a little too slow. I recognized the tentacle attack, but I was a little too slow to capitalize on it. Nope, not enough. You need to be behind him to be safe over here. Because the ground will explode momentarily. I'm run out of frostbite. But yeah, that's it for you, Bike Crew, for this run. I need you to reset it. We're doing pretty good. Getting there. And it's taken me, yeah, as I expected, around 4 hours. It's right now 3 hours 36 minutes since we started streaming. Now, I'm almost tempted to change my skills, right? Especially for one-handed sword, because that swift lung is not too useful. I guess it's a great poke for when you're like really near. Oh, wrong weapon buff. Oh, for heaven's sake, what is happening there? Why is it activating my potion? No, that's the wrong time to use it. Yep. So you can, if I have enough, it is possible for me to use Phantom Flurry followed by the halberd. But that time, I hesitated just a bit and used the halberd on the wrong jump. The reason we can use the halberd there is because he's sort of circling around us, so he's getting hit by the residual area mist to increase frost, and the final hit just goes around the net. So. If you all have any other builds you want me to test, just let me know. I'm up for trying something else, although this will probably be my best bet for getting this fight going. Oh, we didn't get Skyborn Mike there. and I got greedy. I just had to test out whether I could do the backstep attack there. It turns out we cannot. We could probably do it for the one-handed sword, but not for the spear, because the spear's backstep is 2 hits. Though I feel like you could actually just the second hit. Oh, let me check that. No, you cannot. Because I'm pressing during the first movement and it's not cancelling out the attack, unfortunately. Let's keep running. Jump back. Nope, got greedy there. Agreed. Ultimately, my main fallacy is me just being greedy and trying to find like little places where we could still sort of attack, even if it's not the most ideal place to do so. Well, we are on my prediction for me being able to beat the boss at around 4 hours. I suppose for a lot of you, this must have been like a very boring run. I hope at least the analysis of the moves have proved to be a bit entertaining.
Father, come back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more happy than that tower he's through.
Oh! Now that move there is one of his rarest moves. And unlike the other jumps, it gives you like a huge window of opportunity. That is, and normally I'm very happy to see that because it allows you to use vortex rush in there, vortex thrust. Like in that jump, his wing sort of gets caught in the ground. And so you're given like a huge opportunity to just wail on him for a bit. A bit different from his normal jumps where he doesn't get caught in the ground. I didn't get the spider. There's one over here. Oh, come on, I curved around the boss. That was one of those situations where I was like, okay, if you played that unlocked, that would not have happened. To be fair, that is under my control to an extent. Because when I see the horizontal slashes, I usually backstep at an angle rather than down to the side. Oh, wrong. Why? Okay, I need to figure out why that's happening. I feel like it's something to do with the analog sticks, but I'm not entirely sure though. just tiring myself out by getting hit by the same tired moves. Okay, 15 minutes to prove my estimation. Can we do it in 4 hours? I'm starting to feel like it might be a bit unlikely, even though Baikru's moveset is like really, really simple. Very good opening song. And I got hit by the second hand. Yep, very much a case of the moment I open my mouth to praise something I did, the game is always like instant karma me. I'm gonna use it without tilting my analog stick, and yeah, I don't know why, but there's an interaction with the analog stick. It's probably because I have like L3 set up as one of my item change buttons, and it's automatically just picking on the L3 press. Again, we were a little too close to the wall, so his angle was awkward. Okay, I need to stop doing that. I need to stop, like, let's make it a point that regardless of what happens, we're gonna drag him to the center of the arena, because getting hit by the wall feels like so, his pattern being altered by the wall feels just a bit unfair, right? Even though I was saying that a lot of the times it's fair. I guess if you weren't trying to be, like, trying to get an attack in doing that, that would feel fair. But because we are trying to get an attack in, it's changing and altering the pattern, making it a bit more unpredictable, which I don't like. No, okay. That was a good opportunity for me to learn the timing for the phase transition. It seems like it happens the moment he lands. So next time, if it happens at the wall, I'm gonna dodge the moment he lands. And hope we can avoid the scream. If we can avoid the scream and it doesn't stun us there, then that is another opportunity to keep up the offense. Feels like we have a good rhythm going on now. Like, I have found enough gap in his attack using the different combinations of spells and abilities we have, it feels like I am a bit on the offensive, and that's a nice feeling. Like you're really just manipulating his AI to your own needs, although it's just trial and error on my end. There's the Skyworm there. And there too.
Brother, come back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
And go into his enraged jumps. No. I got hit by that one. That is unfortunate. Oh, I got hit by this too. It's the flail. Okay, maybe Vortex Thrust might not be a good skill to use there. Especially not when Frostbite is already proc, right? If Frostbite is not proc, it might be nice because it does a decent amount of Frostbite infliction. Yeah, I really think I might be actually accidentally pressing L3 there.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that Taoist.
Oh, not what I wanted to use. I wanted to actually shift to the spear there. Accidentally ended up using Flurry. Okay, your patterns are a bit messed up. Let's reset. Oh no. We got hit by the projectile. I'm so disappointed in me. The projectile is one of the easier ones to dodge. I keep getting hit by it though. The tell is so obvious, right? You know he's gonna do it. My main problem perhaps might be that I'm always trying to get it the perfect dodges at the very last second. And that leads me to sort of delaying my button presses. in turn allowing the bosses to hit me, which is not ideal. It's a thing with Wuchang, right? I've noticed that in Wuchang, I have to always mentally tune myself to dodge or use my defensives a bit later than I would do for another game like, say, Sekiro or Elden Ring, or even Lies of P. Yeah, I was not to his side there. The moment I saw my positioning, I had a seed of doubt in my mind that I was gonna get hit. But I kind of want to do that combo too because it looks very cool. Another a restriction that I'm placing on myself. At least make the fight look a bit cool, even if you are overly passive. I'm running out of time here, though. My expectation was that we'd be able to no-hit the boss around 4 hours. And even though we're getting phase 1 down, we're not quite getting there on phase 2 just yet. I'll probably need a lot more phase 1, 2 deaths before I can safely say I've mastered the fight. Not safe. Getting the exact dodge position for that is a bit trickier than I thought. You need to be like right next to him, right next to his side. If you're even remotely in front of him, he's gonna be able to curve around and hit you on the jump. Oh wait, I got damaged by something there. It looked like I took a bit of chip damage from just running into him while he was angry. I did not know that could happen. But apparently it can. Surprising. Pattern that always messes me up the most. Nope, not enough distance. Okay, let's just be safe with that one. I either use Phantom Flurry or I use the Halberd, because it is possible to get into that right position, but it's going to depend on my first dodge, not my second one. And right now, okay, you know what? Let put things into perspective. Maybe I should be doing my first dodge towards the boss. And that would sort of put me in a position that's good enough for avoiding the second dodge as well. Maybe that's the problem. It's not the dodge, the dodge that we need itself for the attack, but the second dodge that we need to position properly. You're a little too close to the wall for my liking. Yeah, you know what? You're a little too close. Play it safe here. Drag him back.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. Much more capable than that tower.
This, yeah, ought to be safe. Nope, the timing for that was off. What a move to get hit by, huh? Nope. Yeah, Vortex Thrust is not safe to use there. I'm getting hit on the jump back in. He does seem to do it a lot. Oh, okay. Are my audio issues just because I'm a bit too loud? I get so excited. Let's fix those again. Gotta do this constantly now, which is not fun. And I assume it's not fun for people who are watching too. Let me make sure all our sources are okay too. And that's not causing any issues for us. Seems like it's okay. It's just, I guess I need to be careful that not feeding in too much information. Or just make sure that we restart our computer next time. I'm so sorry for anyone who's watching and experiencing audio issues. Because of me. As I mentioned before, I'd rather, even if the quality of the stream isn't too high, and it's unlikely considering where I live, I'd like to keep at least the audio okay, allowing you all to sort of experience the game's good music. I don't have Skyborn Might or stamina for that matter.
Brother, come back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
This is a very awkward place to be fighting him. Okay, now I can experiment with getting the timing for the transition. As soon as he lands, we're not going to do anything else. Or am I? Nope, the timing was off. A second after he lands. Oh wow, the grab is actually the grab is enough to kill me now that I have a different set of armor. Not that I'm sad about it, to be honest. I'd rather that he managed to kill us with even one hit. which I'm sure you will eventually end up doing when we get to our inevitable final run of the game, where we'll be doing it without any armor and at level 1. Something to look forward to if anyone's watching. Enjoy my suffering for when that happens. Wonder if I can attack there. Feels like I have an opportunity to do so. Oh, come on, the turnaround. Got me with the turnaround. Gotta be careful with that one. And by the looks of it, it seems like my estimation is off. It's already been 4 hours since we started streaming, and we haven't actually been able to hit the boss. Although I'm not counting the time I took breaks, so... maybe we are on track, but it's only for like 10 minutes, right? It's all from stupid stuff too. All because I just want to get in that one extra hit. To be hit by that one. I got okay. Pattern recognition finally clicking there. If he does the jump after the double swipe, he might just do a double jump there. And that is the best double jump we'll get. That will be a good opportunity to just turn back the spear. Because Vortex Thrust can safely be used after that jump. Sometimes I wish I had, like, faster. I don't even know how to explain it, right? If I could somehow slow what I'm seeing down my eyes, so just so that I could input everything perfectly. In front of him and try to get in that second attack. Only one poke there. One poke. Any more and we'll just end up killing ourselves. Maybe if we just play it safe so that we can finally kill the boss. It's already been 4 hours since we've been trying this. But I also kind of don't want to do it in a sense without sort of mastering the fight, or at least enough of a sense where I feel like I've mastered it, right? Because there'll always be someone out there who'd be doing this fight a lot better than me. We're so close. The wrong move. I intended to do the Phantom Flurry there and ended up switching to Spear. We should just wait it and use that. I'm not gonna. No, Phantom Flurry would be the way to go there. There would be no reason for us to use the Ice Halberd just because Frost is already popped up. Unlike Burn, which wears off like really quickly and does a decent amount of damage, Frost does that chunk of damage, but the effect stays for a bit, so you have to wait till it resets before you can do something else. Kind of a shame we could have like different temperances, because if we could, what I would have done is inflict Frost, change my weapon, and then go for a burn, or a paralysis in this case, because my crew is weak against lightning too. Nope. That angle was bad. We were already inside his box. Come on. Nope, not the grab. It's gonna take too long. Just hit me normally. Oh. I swear he's almost trying to avoid me just because I told him to. It hit me normally. Oh dear. Quite the unfortunate run there. If you guys are wondering whether I'm sick of the fight, the answer, by the way, is no. I probably won't be sick of it until I manage to get at least one kill without getting hit. Oh, we ran out of stamina there. Okay. Reset his pattern a bit. Whoa! The grab from here? It's completely unexpected. Doing? Oh, okay. Understood. Use projectile against you. this film. I might be a little bit stuck in this animation. Oh, come on. It was such a good first phase. Like, perhaps our best first phase because of the sequence of events. And we got backhanded. You can tell I'm frustrated. That was one of those situations where, because you were locked on, your attack curved around the boss and you ended up in his pit. Little things like that. Even though by virtue most of the attacks are like really fair, when stuff like that happens you can see why people complain about the combat system. Although, to be honest, I don't really see people mentioning this, so it might be that I'm just noticing it because I'm just doing the fight over and over again, right? The epitome of madness. Repeating what you're doing.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that Taoist.
Okay, I'm gonna try and get the phase transition here as well. Oh, okay, never mind. It's a little too far. I'll put my weapon. And go into his mad jumps like do this twice. One more. No, I dodged too soon. I even knew it was gonna be the fail one. Okay, I need to get. Okay, let's practice this a bit, right? I want to see if we can practice the flail and the projectile, because I am missing the timing for that. We do have this move in this phase too, which is a huge damage opportunity right here. Which we can pretty much just bait by keeping him at a distance. Your distance is pretty good too, considered. Time's off. Okay. That's death. I won't survive a grab in this equipment. We didn't get the projectile practice I wanted. Guess we're gonna do this blind. Or rather, we do have some experience with it. Just need to recollect. Because I'm dying to phase 1 so many times I've completely forgotten how to do phase 2. We ran out of stamina there. One too many dodges at the end. It's basically 2 stabs, 2 dashes, and then run. At least with my current endurance, and that's the limit of what we can do. Alright, my crew once again, until the end. An awkward angle there. Oh wow, you actually did this move in this phase? And he did a projectile too. Oh, we dodged the wrong side. That was very unfortunate. That was such a good phase 1 too, right? Almost made it through the entire fight without getting hit. Slowly locking into the fight. It's taken us 4 hours to get to this point, but hey, we're finally getting to phase 2 without getting too grievously injured. But you know what's gonna happen? But I usually always get confident in myself I'm gonna get hit by something in phase 1. Always. It always happens. But maybe, if you're lucky, and with a little execution, we'll finally be able to put Wuchang's little brother to rest. On this cycle at least. I think that kid has suffered enough by being this. Come on. Projectile? Nope, that's too close. I took the risk, it wasn't worth it. Yep. Exactly what I predicted happened. We got hit in phase 1. Gotta remember, if you wanna use the Ice Halberd, you have to be right to his left. Right to his left. Otherwise, that jump angle somehow manages to track you just enough to clip you. More into the breach. Ah, come on. The mist blocked my view of what the attack was. It's very rare for him to do the higher jump, which requires a bit of a later dodge. I couldn't see it, so I assumed it was the faster jump. So let me make sure everything's running okay in the background. Yeah, seems fine. Let's hope we don't get any weird audio glitches. Because if we get one of those in the middle of the game, it's just gonna break my concentration. We also had that weird freeze during one of our fights. I'm kind of glad we caught that one on stream, right? Just so that I have footage for when people say that, hey, the PS5 runs just fine. Jump. See, that's the shorter jump, and this is projectile. You are in a bit of an awkward position here. Mikh'a. He's gonna do his 3 jumps now. You gotta be careful not to get hit. Tentacle flail. Oh, I used the wrong move. I'm gonna get hit. No. Animation locked. Okay. Getting there. Just need to make sure I don't accidentally end up using Vortex Thrust. I know that I'm animation locked there and it's not safe. And there goes my alarm. Excuse me, everyone. But yeah, since we're basically getting to phase 2, and in case you guys are not aware, this monstrosity that you're fighting is basically Wuchang's younger brother. He died in stillbirth, and his father used an ancient relic to bring him back. Only big thing is, trying to bring back dead people usually has dire consequences, and Wuchang's father did not know the entire ritual for it, so using it resulted in bringing... It brought the kid back, but the kid ended up killing the mother by drinking all her blood, and then killing the father himself. And that's where Wuchang's actual journey sort of begins. Awkward angle here. Yeah, really awkward. That was close. Ooh, that was close. No, I took a risk, but it didn't work. I was hoping that Vortex Thrust might trigger the Obliterate there, the stun, but it was a little too low. But yeah, welcome to the stream. If you guys haven't realized it already, we've been fighting this boss for close to 4 hours. Trying to do it no hit. The fight itself is actually not too hard, and even the moveset is kind of simple. Just a few variables that you sort of need to figure out before you can get a grasp of how to no hit. And one of those variables is the walls of the arena. Like, if you are too close to the walls, his pattern, the angle that he can hit you sort of changes because he's bouncing off the walls. Missed. Never mind. I'm not wanting to use him. It'd miss me if I just missed it. That's another variation in the pattern that can mess you up. If you dodge too into him, Wuchang has a tendency of curving around the bosses, which lands you right in front of his hits. So many variables that you have to figure out when you're doing stuff like this, right? Challenge runs. I feel like doing stuff on Expedition was a lot more simpler than this, right? Because at least the patterns are consistent, but here there's like a few factors you have to take into consideration before you can kind of figure out the best strategy or the best movement. My audio decent again. Are you gonna miss me? Yeah, you do miss me if I just stay still. Good to know. Yeah, my audio is decent. Let's keep going until I die. Or get inevitably hit. And even here, I think just staying still might be the way to go. Too far away too. With this. Too greedy. Yep, too greedy. But this gives us a chance to, again, fix our audio issues. One of these days, right? One of these days I'm upgrading my PC so that we don't run into this again. Partly because we have like so many effects going on screen right now. Like the HUD itself is a separate element. There's a bit of a blur here where I'm hiding the original HUD just so that you all can see it here. And then the background box we have over here. I might just change it for later, right? If it's interrupting our stream too much. Because honestly, for me, considering where I live, I don't believe I can give you guys too high a quality of the video itself, right? But I want audio to be at least nice enough. Especially for this game, because it has some awesome tracks, right? Even Bike Crew's theme that we're sort of dealing here, it's very good. It's very melancholic, but it's a high note in an otherwise very ambience-filled game. Although a lot of the other boss themes are like really good too. I feel like I keep mentioning this whenever we're fighting the boss. Oh, I dodged too many times. Pattern's sort of messed up here. Both move. Okay, I need to move, because sometimes he does hit me if I do not dodge a second time. I really should stop experimenting now and just focus on doing this without getting hit. Instead, I always find that one little variable, one little thread that I can pull, and I'm like, okay, let's try this, let's try that. And more often than not, it kind of blows up in our face, but hey. Play it safe this time. No shenanigans, no experimentation now. It's already been quite a long fight. Now we have a good amount of aggressiveness already. Okay, that was not what I intended to do. The dodge was supposed to be to the side, Wuchang, not to the back. That was a backstep attack. The worst attack you can do in the fight. Again, for those of you who are not too familiar with Wuchang, the moveset for weapons sort of is different, right? Depending on what you're doing. So if you are, this is our normal stab, right? All good. But if you dodge forwards, it's a different stab. It has extended reach. If you dodge backwards, it's a double hit. That animation is a bit longer. You are stuck on it. It's the same for one-handed sword. This is a bit of a more unique weapon. One press is like 2 hits. So you have to be a bit more careful with this one. Here's the back step, and here's the front step. It's basically the same. I believe the reason why it's like this, and it's kind of dangerous in this game, right? Because you know you never want an attack to be too long because you're stuck in the animation and can't dodge out, right? If I press this, oh, that's the dash attack. Sorry. If you are hitting an enemy, you cannot dodge out of that first hit. The second hit is fine. I think it's better displayed on the sphere, right? It only happens afterwards. The backstep is, I think, a good idea, right? I'm pressing dodge on the first hit on the backstep, but I'm not going to be able to do it until afterwards. So, the reason I think one-handed sword has like 2 hits is because they'd want to de-incentivize you of using physical hits with the one-handed sword. Very much the game, if you go down the skill tree for the one-handed sword, it's all magic stuff. So they want you to, even when you wield the one-handed sword, you just slowly get like regenerate magic. Like if I walk over and just run around for a bit, I guess I will do see. Yeah, there we go. You automatically regenerate magic. That is not something else that happens on any other weapon. So the one-handed sword is essentially your magic catalyst, and that, I believe, is the reason why it has these 2 hits on the first 2 combos, combo progression. They want to de-incentivize you relying extensively on physical hits with that. Well, at least that's my going theory, right? I might be completely wrong, I'm just assuming. The spear, meanwhile, is sort of the patient man. You wanna poke and prod your enemy at the right moment. You won't get too many combos in unless you really figure out a good timing. Like this one, right? You can completely do the entire spear combo here.
He's much more capable than that tower.
Oh, we were too close to the wall. See, that variable I was talking about. The wall variable, rearing its ugly head. Gotta remind. Okay, you know what? Enough explanations. Let's focus for the next few hours, the few hours we have left on stream. If you guys are wondering, Saturday is the only day I can actually do an extended stream. Most of the time, I'm online around this time, but usually streaming for 2 to 3 hours. It's short compared to everyone else. The amount of time you get when you have a day job, right? And people to look after. Whoa!
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
I was a little too far there. Again, little things that you need to know precisely to avoid getting hit. Because if you dodge it to the side there, you are not going to get hit. But because I didn't dodge to the side, I did get hit, which is unfortunate. I mean, I dodged to the side, but because we were further away, we didn't get the distance. Once again, I end up trying things that I normally do not do. Like that time, I used Phantom Flurry. Oh, not Phantom Flurry, Dark Frost Flames in a place where I do not traditionally use it. But it's only after that much experimentation you sort of realize the little gaps in combat that you can exploit. I am pretty happy with how much we've exploited the boss. The fact that we can do the entire combo on the slam down is a very nice discovery. too close to my... I'm gonna back away from you. Drag you into the arena. Reduce our variables, right? I'm gonna lose the...
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower's.
Poise break on him? You are just going nuts here. Come on. Read. Now that was okay. We managed to do it even after being really greedy. In a bit of an unfortunate situation, I did not have enough magic to use the icicle spell, which is a bit sad. Because it's a good way to open up that phase. He's gonna do his angry jumps. We had another way to exploit things. Ah, come on. I knew that move was there and I still got hit. Note to self, Phantom Flurry, even not safe. Okay, so when we're dodging the flail tentacle thing, we have to use shorter animation attacks. Maybe maybe 2-hit combos, maybe 3-hit combos, and or just 2 hits followed by a quick stab with Solar Leap. Because right now our phase 2 roadblocks are that flailing tentacle attack and the projectile shot. Those two are what's getting me the most. If we have a good RNG run where we get the phase 1 attacks, I might just be able to defeat them. Drag him back into the arena. Stamina here. Okay. I took a risk. See, this is what I said before. I end up experimenting in little places that I wouldn't. In that case, I was like, he's far enough away. Maybe it's safe for me to use flames. Except he wasn't far enough away. He was actually close enough to jump on us. Let me drink a little of my tea and a little of my water. Relax a bit. Starting to feel a bit tense now. We managed to get a few good runs into the other phase. This might end up like the Ming General, where I took 2 streaming days to actually beat it. This would be unfortunate. Got hit. So many tokens too. Not abilities, buffs. Unfortunately for you all, I did not have that part of the UI cut out in our movable thing. So none of you will quite be able to see it. I really should just stop trying to take a risk and see if we can do this without doing any sort of nonsense. Except I just did something right there.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Okay, wrong move. Wrong move. If you're wondering what happened there, I was going to use Phantom Flurry, right? Except I was on the spear, so I had to use the change weapon button and not the R2 button where I have to. When I'm on the one-handed sword, Phantom Flurry is on R2. And somehow my mind was like, press R2 for Phantom Flurry while you were in spear. Because the buttons change, you end up sort of mixing it up. Well, I end up sort of mixing it up, right? I'm not sure how you all are faring.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Oh, too far. Not exactly what I intended to do there. We sort of lost a few magic points, unfortunately. Oh, what? I got hit by that? It's so surprising. That's the one move that's usually safe there. Okay, reset. But now I've somehow gotten into the mindset of playing the first phase a bit safe. I might really be at my limit. I feel a bit exhausted. I'll be honest, I really don't know how you all do so long a stream, right? How do you all manage it? Frost is one of his weaknesses, because the other weakness is lightning. It's why it's doing like quite a bit of damage. So welcome to the stream. I assume your own avatar setup. I thought you'd be streaming today because you wanted to test out your avatar.
Brother, come back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
I'm gonna drag you back into the arena. You're a little too close for I think. The walls, I mean. because his pattern is kind of weird. Oh, he changes his pattern there. We almost made it to the end without getting hit. I have to be a bit careful during phase 2. Oh, well, I don't know. Final Fantasy, maybe? Didn't you say you were excited for tonight? I was thinking that that meant you were about to put up your avatar and try and test it, right? And I'm sure you have some old games that you still like. I mean, you still have things like V Horizon and everything. Okay, pretty good phase 2 right there. Oh, okay. Understood. Understood. My bad. I thought you meant that your avatar would be more or less ready for tonight, and you'd be excited to try it out. Got me back to the arena for you. Too close to the wall. Nope, I'm gonna get hit. Yep. I knew the positioning was bad right there. Oh, I thought you already had the alternate form, right? The alternate form is where you have a different hair color and the horns, as well as the tattoo. Do you intend to have like a different costume for both? I was assuming you were just gonna do a color flip or something. Oh yeah, the raging drums. I wonder, I think I mentioned this to you before, do we have like any local legends on our end that involves lightning? I found out that the younger generation actually has a lot of myths that I've never heard about. Like they apparently have a legend of someone drowning on the Western beach. And her coming back as sort of half pseudo mermaid. And that's the sound of my audio once again messing out. Let's fix that. Okay. It's probably because I've gotten a bit away from the mic. We've been streaming for so long and I'm actually starting to get tired. Even my hand is getting a bit tired. Let me just boost the mic up slightly so that you guys can pick me up even from a distance. Now there is a limit to how many times you can fight a boss before you yourself get fatigued. Drag you back in, if you would please. I'm moving really slowly. Oh, I got lucky there. I was a little too close to his front there, which was a bit dangerous. Why are you moving in such odd patterns, my friend? I lost my riposte on him. He's gonna go into phase 2 without me being able to riposte him. Oh, opportunity. Yeah, he's gone into phase 2. I play it safe for the first attack, because it can get a bit weird. I need to get very far to avoid getting hit by this. Nope, wrong item. Oh, come on. He changed his pattern there. Well, that's a death right there. Okay, so after that, seems like if you are behind him, he will do the jump back, but if you're on the side, he'll go for the grab. The grab might be a better attack to use there, because it has a bit more offensive opportunities rather than the backstab. But the back jump is safer for me as a player. I wouldn't say the Ranamara is more well, I guess it is a ghost theme, right? For context, for those of you who are not Maldivian, we have a bit of a local legend where a ghost from the sea used to haunt the main islands and kill a virgin each month, I believe. I got interrupted because I wanted to say the law. But we have a bit of a local folklore where a sea ghost would come haunt the island each month and demand a virgin sacrifice, and the Maldivians kept doing this until a traveler named Ibn Battuta came to the Maldives, and he sort of enjoined the king to Islam, right? And it was at this point that after the king initially didn't agree, but then Ibn Battuta was like, I can handle your ghost problem, right? I'm paraphrasing here. But basically, he managed to make that ghost go away by by staying at the same place where the sacrifice was meant to be. So the ghost came and he, instead of finding his sacrifice, he found Ibn Battuta, who somehow managed to exorcise him, and that's how the Maldives became an Islamic nation. So, or at least that's the folklore behind it. But take it with a grain of salt. I think there's like very obvious parallels as to what the virgin sacrifice and everything is. It's said as a bit of a... Yes, the ghost went away. It's said as a bit of a children's tale, but once you are a bit of an adult, you realize that more likely than not, the people who were demanding the virgin sacrifice might have been the people in power who were just throwing around their strength or control over the rest of the populace. Now, as to how a random person from a country manages to convince that person to go away, well, who knows? It's the same for a lot of our folklore, right? Yes, the king was the culprit was what was deemed that what a lot of people do say about that tale. Yeah, I was a little too in front. But yeah, the once you grow up, you sort of realize, or you get the idea that hey, the king or those in power were actually the culprits who were behind the whole virgin sacrifice thing. They were just using their power to uh, control people or control the young girls into doing their bidding. How it actually happened, nobody knows, but that's the local folklore regarding what happened. Insofar as I'm aware, the legend itself says the king converted and that he turned good, which is very ironic, right? Considering that what he was doing could not be erased by just sort of changing a religion. The truth is a bit of a mystery that we unfortunately do not know.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Better hit him before the poise runs out. Very awkward angle here. Better run away, he's gonna face transition now. Let's buff up our weapon. Oh, you have a jump. No, I took the risk, but it wasn't worth it. Just so you guys know, concerning what we were saying before, right? A lot of the local legends and the Maldives function in a similar way to Grimm's fairy tales, right? A lot of Grimm's fairy tales are like, you can think of it like Red Riding Hood telling you about the big bad wolf, or the Three Little Pigs, or everything like that. But there is, or even Pinocchio, right? It's telling you something more than just what is literally meant there. And it's the same for a lot of our own folktales. On the surface, they're like very mystical, mythical, supernatural stories, but when you think about it a bit more, it's usually stealth indicating that, hey, something else is happening here. You gotta read between the lines. Literacy, I guess. Okay, this ought to be safe enough. Frost inflicted.
To life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Oh, wow. I did not expect to be able to dodge that. I somehow managed to do it. And I'm very surprised. Oh, come on. You hit me with the ground AoE. See, that was another pattern where we haven't tested it out, right? I could have just dodged and used the spear instead, which would have been safer. But instead, I was like, you know what? Let me just use my dog frost flames and see what happens. Always happens, right? Always happens. Let me angle my mic a bit. Hopefully, you won't fall. My mic is in a bit of a precarious position.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Okay, that was weird. Gonna risk it for the biscuit. We got it. Do it once more. I should have probably just used the spell there, right? Instead of using this. Can I use the spell? I can. And now buff up our weapon. He's gone into phase 2 over here. This is not an ideal spot. This is a little too close. And I ran out of my stamina there too. Again, even though this is like a very abusable move, the corner is not really safe. Not this time, bucko. No! You don't even get hit if you don't move. What a funny... come on. Come on. Don't I... Oh, not for this mic, right? I originally had another mic, which I used an arm for. This one doesn't fit on the arm. Okay, I need another arm for this, because it has a different type of screw. So if you want to borrow the arm or something, just let me know. Although I think you have an armor of your own, right? That was like so close to no hitting. Just need to recognize his flailing attack. Once again, the flailing attack is my roadblock. Phase 2.
Back to life! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Oh, come on. Okay, come on. You got me. You can get up and kill me. I'm sure you can fix it by changing the screws on there to make it more viable, right? So the audio crackling again. Gotta figure that one out again. If you're wondering why I dashed into the fence, it's because I reset my sources and I was blind for a second. Oh, I'm still not recognizing that move where I'm sort of semi-internalizing it because sometimes when he screams, I automatically dodge without thinking, right? But if I'm focusing too much, I forget that he can just turn around and bonk you on the head there. What time is it anyway? How long have I been streaming for? It's almost 10 p.m. Wow, the stream has gone on for like 5 hours. I've been attempting this boss for 5 hours trying to not get hit. At least we only have to do it like once, because afterwards it will be a bit easier to attempt on our other challenge runs. Oh, I forgot to buff my weapon. Oh, we have enough time for this. Ah, got greedy there. Remember, you can only do one attack. Alright, you know what? Time for a break. I'm gonna go get some more water and I'll be right back. We died a little too many times. Now I need to go back into focus mode so that they can actually finish this fight on stream. Be right back. Alright, and back again. Well, I managed to max out my feathering right here by waiting. Okay, let's see. After a quick snack of fruit and a sip of water, we're gonna attempt this again. Thank you. Thank you for welcoming me back. A strawberry, actually. Gotta eat healthy at night. Excuse me, you never you never ate a strawberry? What? Not even on cakes? Hey, why? Do you not like strawberries? Now, to be fair, again, for those of you global viewers, right? Strawberries are not natively grown in the Maldives. They're made in cold climes, and we are not exactly a cold climate kind of place, right? So actually, getting strawberries over here is a bit difficult. I wouldn't, rather than difficult, I would say they are expensive. However, they are like really good as snacks to avoid getting hunger cravings. So I usually have my fridge topped up with strawberries, oranges, and apples, just so me and my family can snack on them in the night and not actually go for something sugary, right? Strawberries are actually pretty good, but it is still kind of weird for Mufaz over here to not have tasted one. I mean, I also disagree with him thinking that it looks weird. But hey. Different strokes for different folks, as they say.
Come back to life! Father was so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
Get away. I don't like it when you're near the wall. It messes your patterns up. Oh. What else do you avoid? I mean, strawberries are not even criminal. That's berries, right? Like, do you not eat some stuff like blueberries or raspberries, stuff like that? I found that generally a box of strawberries or a box of blueberries are like really good as snacks if you are having cravings, right? You can eat like a lot of them and feel full and still not hit a certain limit. And again, to be fair to you, a lot of fruits over here are expensive if they're not the tropical variety, right? I got a question for you. Have you ever tried strawberry jam? Because I feel like that's a bit of a placeholder in all our houses. Like all the Maldivian houses have strawberry jam, right? Again, I got a little too greedy. I keep forgetting now, now that I'm talking to you. Okay, once I start the fight, I'll not look at chat. Once Mufaz comes in, I always get distracted. I always tell him that. Yeah, the taste of a strawberry is sweet and sour. That is correct. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised because strawberry jam is like very much something I feel like almost all Moldavian households have, and they'll usually have it for breakfast too, right? With butter and strawberry jam. It's the equivalent of a peanut butter sandwich over here. This is an odd angle, and yeah, that was an odd angle. Yeah, that time was not focused. The moment that angle went off, I was like, okay, something weird's gonna happen. That's something that a lot of Asian moms do as well, right? If there's only one person in the household who likes some stuff, they will not buy it, which I think is a bit of a shame, right? I know my younger sister has allergies to like fish paste over here. Uh, Maybe that sounds weird to a lot of you out there. Over here, we call it rihakuru, and most people in Maldives can eat it, but for some reason, when she eats it, she just bursts out in hives, right, in pimples. And initially, our family was like really reluctant to buy it because it was gonna make my younger sister sad, right? But then after a while, we realized that hey, she doesn't really care. She actually hates the thing. So I now buy it regularly just because I like it quite a bit. So yeah, if you like a food, you should just really get it, even if someone else in your household is not using it. What? Oh, I changed weapon. I didn't even realize. Oh yeah, you have a bit of a allergy to that too, right? But yes, because she has that allergy. What I'm saying is that even if only one person in your family likes to eat something, whether it's your wife or your kids, it's always a good idea to just, even if one person likes to eat them, just bring them, right? They'll be happy to eat it, even if no one else eats it. I think it's a nice gesture, and most people who are adults will understand. Even kids will understand that hey, they can't eat it because of allergies. We're being weird again. I don't have enough to use the spell this time. Nope, two shots, not three. It's really a thing with Maldivians over here, right? We tend to not do regular medical checkups like other places, or even just allergy tests. It took me ages to convince my younger sister to take an allergy test, and she is allergic to a lot of stuff. A lot of seafood variation, surprisingly, which is a bit odd considering where we're living at, right? Yeah, I might just need to give up for tonight if I don't feel like I can make it. And I do feel the fatigue setting in. We're getting like really good at phase 1.
He's much more capable than that Taoist.
Nope, wrong move again. When I change weapons, I end up pressing the wrong buttons because the weapon layout is blocked, right? If you are in the spear, and the way I've mapped it, the down D-pad is for the move on the sword, and R2 is the move on the spear. If you're in the sword, down D-pad is for the spear, and R2 is the other button. Kind of confusing me. Like something you should have really mastered during your first playthrough on Wuchang. But because I didn't use it as much, I'm now forced to learn it. Just if you want to style on the boss, right? Oh, you did not check for fish-based stuff? I felt like you should have, because that's... Well, not fish alone, just seafood stuff, because that's what most of us eat over here, after all. Nope, too close. I even know that happens and I still end up doing it. Gotta remember to do the second dodge, the second to last dodge behind him. Otherwise you're always gonna get hit by that move. The only reason the jump doesn't hit you is he loses the tracking midway through his jump. So if you're in front of him, he can track you just fine and hit you. But if you're behind him, he goes a distance to curve around and then misses you. Honestly, that was one move that, again, I could just play it safe and just avoid the damage. It's just that I want to damage him there with Phantom Flurry followed by the halberd, the Frost halberd. That's the reason why I keep getting hit. It's a risky move, but it looks like really, really cool because you're constantly hitting the guy. And here, even though he's attacking, you're on the offensive, which looks really nice. Yeah, that's a good phase right there. Oh, and he did his other pattern, the one pattern that I always get hit by. Ooh, this must have been a boring stream for anyone who's watching me. Thankfully, I don't think anyone who's watching me. Imagine just dying to this one boss that a lot of people don't even consider hard. Over and over for 5 hours. That's this stream. I've truly been noobing out. Well, hopefully, even though I'm not providing commentary on much of the moves now, for those of us who joined earlier, maybe you were able to pick up some tips on how to deal with bike crew yourself if you're going for a challenge run, right? And the true dedication will come when I eventually try to do this game with nothing. Oh, I forgot to buff my weapon. There we go. Oh, audio's desynced. Yeah, audio's desynced. Why is that happening entirely today? Why? I do not know. Let me shift to the HD60S for a bit. Does that look fine to you all? I guess it looks fine, so I'm gonna keep on using the HD60S instead of the HD capture. Let me know if that caused any weirdness for you all. This is a, to be fair to myself, King, after I played Expedition, right, Expedition 33, I realized that, all those video essays and just videos on YouTube where people like gaming has changed, it's no longer fun. I've never kind of felt that way because they always seem like some fun game to play out there, right? But I must admit there was a part of me that didn't find as much satisfaction as I found before when I was younger. And I realized the reason for that was because I wasn't going in too in-depth for the mechanics of a game, right? When I was younger, I did a lot of weird things. Like one game that stands like really, really vividly in my mind is Asura's Wrath. If you ask me the exact number of hits, super hits you needed to do on a boss move to get an S rank on that move, back then I would have known because I played it and experimented with that much. And I feel like since playing Expedition 33 and sort of learning to master the parry on that, I've been able to reconnect with that experience of enjoying figuring out stuff. So even though I've died like 1,000 times to this boss fight, just experimenting is like, there's a bit of joy there that's kind of hard for me to describe to another player who doesn't quite feel the same way. Like a part of me is like very happy that we found that combo, for example, where you got like really offensive.
He's much more capable than that tower.
I thought you hit me there. This is a really good setup right here. We have enough to use the icicle spell. I was able to do vortex right there. He's gonna do his angry jumps. And the flailing tentacles. Oh no, right at the very last second, we took too much of a risk. You can do that move if you arrive early enough, but we were a little too far away. The reason I did that was to proc the frost. You know what, let's just reset. Getting there. Really good round for us. I think that might be true, King. Mufasa. For those of you who don't know, Mufasa's Twitch handle is called King Mufasa, so I always refer to him as King. You'll find him streaming Final Fantasy XIV or some other weird game now and then. In this case, he's going to be streaming Silent Hill F when it releases, and if you guys want funny reactions, I can't recommend him enough. If you like to see someone flubbering over his words, you'll be thoroughly entertained. Anyways, what I meant to say was, it's the same principle in Final Fantasy XIV as well. You try a fight over and over again until you sort of perfect it. It's the same thing here. And just learning little gaps in an enemy's attack that you can exploit, there is something very satisfying with it. In the case of Baikru, knowing that you can do the entire spear combo, like doing this, follow it up with Phantom Flurry, and then... Oh, I can't use the other move here. But normally you can use the Ice Halberd spell there as well. A little too far away. Okay, see those are the little variables you need to iron out to get a perfect run as well. Because just your positioning is something you need to keep in mind. The boss doesn't automatically adjust to your positioning. Unlike in most other games, I feel like, action games in general, the bosses will always try to get into a certain position before they do a certain very specific distance before they'll attack you. In Wuchang, what I feel like, instead of a distance, there's sort of a general area where they'll do some attacks. And you'll notice this in some of the bosses. Well, their first move will always miss you, but their second move will hit you. And it's scripted that way that once it reaches that certain limit, that first move acts as a sort of pseudo feint to psych out the player. And the same thing happens here. Like, if you're not too close a distance to Baikru, he might clip you with certain attacks that you think were like extremely safe. Not enough magic for this. Oh, come on. That time, right? If I had been more to the left, I would have been able to dodge and go straight into the combo, but because I was on the right, I could not. Something to keep in mind where you're doing stuff. Also, yes, your Raging Drums look pretty nice. Oh, okay, now the audio is gone again. Why does that keep happening? Why? Okay, let me check what else is running in the background. Do I have my Discord or Telegram running in the background? I feel like I switched those off, but they might have just been minimized. Oh my god, they are both minimized. No wonder. I'm not seeing any notifications from them, but they usually take up quite a bit of memory bandwidth. I'm wondering, do you want to add some depth to your drums? Because right now it feels like really, really flat. I guess it would look a bit better once you start animating it, right? Yeah, that's a very satisfying combo to figure out.
That's alive! Father looks so happy. He's much more capable than that tower.
I took a risk, but it doesn't work out. See, there I was experimenting again. I wanted to check whether I could proc the obliterate before, even though he would hit me on the way down. It almost looks like one additional hit would be enough, but I guess it's safer to like wait until you see the entire circle filled, right? Brave the mist. Wait until he resets his pattern. Make sure he's not too close to the wall, because that's messy in a lot of cases. I was staggering him out of that move. Odd. I'm gonna play it safe this time. Gain some distance. Wow. Okay, there you go. There's our no-hit run right there. And we finish it off with this. Oh, come on. The music messed up right at the best part. And with that, we can finally lay Wuchang's younger brother to rest. Ivory Seal, let me... do I have a little emote that I can give here that's appropriate? You know what? A greet should do, right? A little bow. I feel like that bike crew at least deserves that much. And as you can see, okay, one thing that I need to test, by the way, is the EXP thing. Because as you can see right now in the corner, the amount of souls we've gotten is like really, really weird. And I was telling Mufaz this the other stream. I feel like this jar might be messing up the amount of souls we're receiving, and that the little statement there, wearing this jar may well produce some surprising effects, might be referring to the fact that it's giving you more souls or less souls, whatever it's doing. Uh, Pick this up to round that number off to a nice amount, and let's take a look at what we got so that I can tell you guys the lore behind it. We got this on the way in. The ivory seal embodies the aspirations of being an official, a ceremonial object by Crew's father, prepared for her before her birth. A bit confusing here, right? A ceremonial object by Crew's father, prepared for her before her birth. Thing is, by Crew is male, so I think this is a spelling error over here. Much like this object, most of his careful preparations were for naught in the end. You can hand this over to Tao Chang to gain more items. And we also picked up something else, right? Research papers. Oh, my audio is still decent. Did we do our... Okay, yeah, the desync happened there at the end. Yeah, okay, never mind. I was thinking, there's no way I could do a fight with the audio desync, because that would just throw me off quite a bit. I'd listen to some of the tells as well. Anyway, what else did we get? Is this the one? These incomplete, yeah, because there are like 3 scraps of research journals, and the first one is to let you know that you need the chisel. The second one is that you need to find multiple chisels, right? In the end, relying solely on that object proves futile. And the message you get over the course of the game is that a lot of the NPCs who tried to resurrect whoever they tried to do so were missing pieces of the puzzle. They either did not know, in order to completely resurrect a person, you need all the chisels for one thing, all 5 of them. And then you need a lot of red mercury, and then you have to have a ritual and a ceremony at a certain place. And most of the NPCs did not know a part of this information, so whenever they rewind someone, they always came back weird or wrong. Let's use up our souls here so we don't lose it. Give ourselves a nice free increase in 3 points. What am I gonna put you in? What am I gonna put you in? Maybe strength, right? Because I need a bit of strength to balance out the malice stings one, and we can work up the axe tree to have that as an additional usage. So let me adjust how chat looks, because right now it's a bit large, and I moved it out of the way so that it wouldn't be overlaying the soul counter. It might be better to just lower it rather than keeping it to the side, right? I can talk to quite a few people. Oh, I can talk to the boatman too. Interesting. Shenvu Altar is basically the storyteller telling me, letting us go to the next chapter. So let's run back to where we started, because Heiyozai should still be in this vicinity. I'm curious as to what happened. That was a good run. That was a good run. I am pretty satisfied with how it ended.
Brother.
Interesting. I'm guessing the inner demon is meant to disappear after you defeat the fight. But because we did not enter the dream, she's still here. So let me just test that hypothesis. Ooh, okay. That took me an entire hour more than I was expecting, because I usually say like it takes me like 4 hours to learn the patterns of a boss. But this has been proven wrong, and this is the second time that has happened. So let me adjust the chat box so that it's aligned with the soul counter. It's bothering me. Sorry. Everything needs to be aligned. A nice little clearing here. Almost wonder, like, when we see places like these, I have to wonder, like, is there something in the distance that we can see that is representative of the locations we've been to. It doesn't seem like it's just a massive trees, and you can even see them popping in and out. I feel like the tree might be a bit of significance, right? Because in order to do the ritual, you do seem to need a lot of red mercury, and how they've been getting red mercury is basically by feeding people to these weird trees. And yeah, as you can see, the inner demon has disappeared. That means we can talk to Heiyozai. So let me shift my equipment here. Let's take a different glamour, right? Let's use the Pirate's Glamour, the Overlord Regalia. I think is one of the cooler designs in the game. Though a bit on the revealing side. Let's see what our friend has to say and our success.
So, did you uncover anything? By crew? That abominable monster? Your brother? Another victim of this twisted resurrection. The resurrection failed. And that's why he became a monster. The object must have been incomplete. To save Bai Yu without turning her into a monster, we'll need all 4 pieces. As for the rest, I have some leads. Trust the investigation to me. Wuchang, the stakes are much higher this time. Proceed with caution and be wary of whom you trust. Stay safe. Will you? Wuchang, stay safe.
Yeah, Heiyozai warns you multiple times to be careful of who you're trusting with the chisels, if you were not aware. He's also, if you haven't realized already, this guy is important to making sure you get arguably what I would consider the true ending of the game, which is for both Heiyozai and Fang Yao to escape with you. You need to do the quest. And the reason why he's important is he is actually the one who's sort of semi-figuring out what is needed for the ritual. Without doing the quest, I don't think Wuchang realizes what you need to correctly do to revive Bai Yu. Let's head to the ferry overlook because we have the boatman there too for some reason. He did say he would see what we did when we got to the Bai mansion, and I missed out what he would be saying last time because I didn't discover the ferry overlook until much later. Because beyond this point, once I go talk to the storyteller, that's a bit of a time skip, and at that point you get locked out of a lot of quests. And let me check the boat area. Remember that pendant we... Oh, what's here? Serpent Fang. Oh, it's a sword. Okay, that's a new one. Feathering Windstrike. Wield your blade to hack forth enemies before you. Use with Skyborn Might to send forth blades with feathering. What are you good for, my friend? The weapon I did not get before. Let me read your text. Li Dingo's blade, gifted by a tribal chieftain during their visit to the rebels. The spine is coated in red mercury, while the handle bears a gilded pattern forged using an ancient method. The serpent is said to transform into a dragon after 1,000 years. Yet the loyal servant seeks no transcendence. This one scales off agility and feathering. Oh, a good combination there. If you're going for a feathering magic build. I'll test it out later because I don't want to use pretty cool looking blade too. And one of the better looking blades you can get in game, right? Unfortunately, the DLC weapons aren't. much cooler. I I don't even know why they did this, right, with the glow effects and everything. And the funny thing is, not the DLC weapon, the deluxe weapons. And the funny thing is, if you read the law on a lot of these stuff, the weapons and everything, you realize that, hey, you were sort of meant to find these in game, right? A blade that the rebels acquired while plundering the Tang Emperor's palace, the hilt of which features a jade carved into a dragon's mouth. So you know that you are meant to find this either in the rebel camp or in the Tang Emperor's palace, which is being occupied by the rebels. It's the same for the spear, right? A sleek silver white spear with a razor-sharp edge. Its design excludes simplicity and timeless craftsmanship. Its handle is adorned with a coiled dragon, symbolizing the courage and bravery of its wielder. Once wielded by a renowned general of the old world, the weapon has mysteriously resurfaced after centuries. It's no mystery. This weapon is wielded by the white-robed elder, or Zhao Yun. And I was wondering why we couldn't get it, right? The reason was because they put it as a deluxe edition reward. Originally, it might have been meant to be that once you defeat Zhao Yun, you get his spear. Instead, you get the Malice Ping, which is... contextually, it sort of makes sense, but... like, they say that he would never use this, and you get it from defeating him, but I feel like this would have been a better reward, especially since it's a cool-looking weapon. Same for the Watcher's Gaze. Around the Crystal Blade, the first breaker, a weapon of mysterious origin, imbued with ancient power, is said to have once belonged to the Avians of Duriel's bloodline, with a faint trace of the primordial deity's essence still clinging to its form. It almost feels like you were meant to get this during the final chapter in the Bow Capital. And these, a lot of these weapons are like really cool. Like this design for the spear, I think, is one of the best, and the sword too. Having that little effect just makes it special as you run around. Like the reason why I feel like this is the case is that you get this, right, the Plumed Grace, which is also one of the few swords which actually has like an effect to it. A really noticeable effect. I'm not saying the other weapons don't. A lot of these have like really cool designs, right? Like Cloud Piercer. Let's take a look. Doing nothing, but you can sort of see where the explosion is going to happen if you instead went over to something like the Steam Sphere. It is being animated. And that's not something a lot of Souls games do. Same for the Lashing Whip. Oh, yeah, my audio desync issues are like really bad today. I'm not entirely sure why that's the case. I'm so sorry, everyone. But yeah, same for the Lashing Whip. It has the name implies, it extends itself in the animation. The devs have put in like so little cool details into everything. It's like very nice. Let me shift back to this and the Watcher's Gaze. I got the deluxe edition stuff after I completed my first run and was halfway through the second run, right? At that point I felt like, okay, I really enjoy this game. The devs deserve the extra 10. The game is not doing too hot. It has a lot of bugs, a lot of problems, but I am enjoying the heck out of it. Speaking of bugs, not this, by the way. I came here to check whether the jar kit is left, and this is where you're gonna get the jar. Yeah, ceramic jar. We already have it. I'm using it. And yeah, this is where you got the tiger pendant. Another bug that I was gonna talk about. I got the +1 for the tiger pendant here right on stream yesterday. And I commented on the fact that I couldn't find it in inventory. I thought like there was a weird sorting bug or something. But no, the pendant actually just disappeared somewhere. That is a bug. It's not meant to happen. Like, so I don't have a tiger pendant +1. If we're lucky, we can probably get it on NG +2. And we're probably going to get a tiger ++ pendant or something. But I'm a bit disappointed that happened. So the game has its quirks, and if you can see already, like stuff like the screen space reflection, right? When I look down, the game doesn't know how to render the reflections, but when I look up, it knows that hey, something needs to be reflected there. So not the best in a lot of ways, but still quite fun to play. Which is why the whole reason why I got the DLC stuff. And if we head over here, after that long tangent of a tirade, we can talk to the boatman.
Back so soon, little girl? Well, satisfied now that you've slain that demon with your own hands? The byline, extinguished by their own blood. All right, all right. Teasing you's lost its fun, girl. Now, off you go. When you're ready to return to the root of your cycle of death and rebirth, come and find me.
So the boatman indicating that hey, yes, he does know that you're walking off on cycles, and I think that was the last weapon we can find in game. I was wondering why there were like very few axes. In general, there are like very few weapons in the game, right? I feel like we could have had a bit more variety to this, but yeah, this is all the weapons you can find in game, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long swords. Technically, it's like 6 dual blades, and you're seeing pairs, which I haven't stored, and almost the same for spears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 of each weapon by the looks of it, except for axes. Axes have 1 less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Oh, come on. I kind of like axes. Give us 1 more, devs. One-handed sword also has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Axes have been shafted. I demand justice for axes. Give us 1 more, devs. Hey, let's take a look at this. Draconic Bombard. Press the trigger to send projectiles flying. Time while the recoil can be used to evade attacks. Oh, it's a shooting weapon. Let me take a look at that in the tutorial. It's a cannon. And then you can use the recoil to evade. A backstep evade. Let me read the lore on that weapon too. I can find it. One of the most well-known weapons of the pirate Li Jiao. Li Jiao, I believe, is the pirate that Wuchang faces off against. Li Jiao gained notoriety due to her powerful and deadly weapons. Her whereabouts have remained unknown ever since she was defeated by Wuchang. Having learned of her legend, the weapons have forged this imitation name named it after her, enables you to control the pace of combat when used well. Okay, speaking of Li Jiao, and again, I'm gonna be complaining about DLC stuff, right? Previously, I complained about equipment, weapons, but the same concept I feel like applies to the costumes as well. I feel like they were originally meant to be found in game. Like if you look at this, a coat woven from exquisite silk and golden thread that serves as a display of the wearer's wealth and high status, adorned with swirling clouds and soaring feathers. Its intricate patterns captured the imagination, soon giving rise to the set's legendary name, the Overlord's Regalia. Which doesn't make too much sense for it. It doesn't really indicate you could have found that in game, except for the boots. When you come over here, it's like elegant yet practical. They quickly became a favorite among pirates. And do we know who is a pirate apart from Wuchang? That's right, Li Jiao, Wuchang's arch rival, whose axe we just got. It might have been that you could have originally faced Li Jiao in game, and after defeating her, you could have gotten this set and the axe. Now the boatman just gives it to you and just calls it an imitation.
Off you go.
I think that's it, true. at this point, there really isn't much else to do other than go to the second to final chapter, right? Well, one thing I'm gonna do is just test the amount of souls we get from over here by defeating this one clan. From that, we get like 839 souls. So, remove the jar. Run back to the shrine. Realizing that removing the jar changes her hairstyle, which... okay, let's just wear the overload stuff, right? I do really like the hairstyle in this. It's very piratey and cool. Not so much the fact that she has her bottom hanging out. Airflow, among other things, but we know it's for the fan service. It's perfectly fine to enjoy it. I just wish it was a bit cooler. Like the design on the coat itself, like it went like really well, right? You can see her feathering and everything just coming up her, but I feel like you could have done a bit better with the skirt. That's all. And I kind of wish the thigh boots paired well with other sets, because I really like the design of those. Right, but it doesn't match too much with the other sets. Anyway, we got 839 before. So how much are we gonna get from this? 720. It does increase EXP. So yes, the answer is jar. And quite a significant amount. Well, not significant, right? It was 720 to 839. How much is that? I can't even remember probably. Let me do the math by opening up a calculator somewhere. 720 is, let's assume that's 100%, right? And 839 is X, so basically 839 divided by 720. Not much of a math wizard here, am I? Around a 16% increase in EXP or souls, and it might be different for larger enemies. Anyway, since we've been streaming for like very long, oh my god, it's been 6 hours and I didn't even realize it. I only took like a single break during this whole thing. Okay, maybe 2 breaks just to get some additional water. So what I'm gonna do is, to end off stream, just make sure that we are not missing any NPCs, because I'm not entirely sure where the entire NPC quest lines are ending. I have a pretty good idea from our many playthroughs. Monstrous, that's the storyteller that we need to talk to proceed to the final one. He's at the wedding hall too. Interesting. Reverend Temple. I am purposefully not talking to Huang Yongze because he's sort of the bad guy and all, right? The villain of the story. The antithesis to Wuchang.
The stars are in your favor, young'un. I'll be waiting for you in the cave behind the Zhenwu altar.
Oh, okay, so if you're lost, you could, and you were not sure, this is just another place letting you know that, hey, you need to go meet this guy to proceed. And you know what? I'm gonna accept his offer to go to the Zhenwu temple.
I'll be waiting for you.
I do believe we found everything we can find until this point, and we've sort of pseudo managed to learn how to no hit almost all of the bosses, even though I accidentally ended up killing 2 of them. Yeah, that's it. That's gonna be it. I will head to the next chapter, talk to the NPCs there. Actually, I'm not gonna talk to the NPCs there because we are going for an evil playthrough, and one of the evil playthrough is gonna be talking to the storyteller.
The unending cycle of cause and effect has you wrapped tight. This land is no longer as it seems. A power beyond your comprehension awaits. Go any further, and you may never return.
Okay, let me check one other thing if I can. Oh, there's no. Okay, yeah, never mind. The shrine is actually up here. Because if you accept his offer, the equivalent of the blood moon happens in the game. Like, time passes and a lot of things go to hell in a handbasket. But I wanted to check the Analim, right? Because if you talk to him, he's gonna take you to the Analim, but it's gonna be in a different time period, right? Time passes when you talk to him. And then everything just goes crazy at that point with multiple enemies coming out to face you. You can tell we're like really overpowered in the first area right now. But no, it doesn't seem like there's anything specific happening here. I was wondering if you could trigger that change in time by just heading over here, which is not the case. You definitely need to just talk to the storyteller. So yeah, we are gonna head to Analim, see what happens in the next chapter. I'm not gonna talk to the NPCs there because we're doing an evil playthrough. Well, more or less an evil playthrough. I'm sort of trying to figure it out here. Okay, you know what? Let me check one more place, right? When we meet Neon for the last time, he says that he's gonna go back to Reverend Temple and check upon his brother. I did not believe that happens until time passes by talking to the storyteller, but I want to check whether he is possibly there. I don't think he is because the game is letting us know that, hey, he's not there. Oh, he's here though. I don't recall talking to you outside. I kind of don't want to talk to you either. Okay, you know what? Let me talk to him because this is going to be our evil playthrough regardless. I'm not going to give you anything.
When I resided at the temple, I heard tales that official Bai longed for a son to continue his lineage. When one was finally born, fate cruelly tore him away. At some point, a priceless relic vanished from the temple. There were whispers that official Bai had a hand in its disappearance. No wonder the temple dispatched so many disciples each year since then, ostensibly to exorcise demons. It was all in search of that lost artifact. Well, if that really is the case, I wonder what it is then that makes this lost relic so extraordinary. Well...
So one thing that I've not been entirely sure is that one theory that I've seen floating around is that the boatman could actually be Huan Zhang in the future, right? Which is kind of weird since the boatman is sort of telling you to liberate yourself from the cycle, but he does have this pipe. And if you go over to where he is, he has a straw like costume where he usually resides. Like over here, right? It's not too visible. But it could potentially. I should really take a better look at the boatman whenever I find him. I keep forgetting to like take screenshots or something so that we can figure it out. But yeah, he has this straw thing over here. A straw cap, a straw sandal, and a robe made of straw. And we all know what's in these jars, don't we? I kind of like how the devs stealthily indicate that Wuchang's head and body parts are in there by having that fake head behind there just laughing. A bit of a joke by the devs. Anyway, to react to what Huang Yangzi just said, Chuan Yangzi, right? Just said, he is pretending that he's not the one who was responsible for. Oh, here's that straw hat again. I might just be mistaking it. I have to check whether this is visible in other areas too. It might just be a stock asset, right? Anyway, to respond to what Xuan Yang said, he's pretending that he does not know what happened in the Bai Mansion, but it's indicated that the whole reason why Wuchang's father actually knew about the ritual and conducted it was because a certain Taoist once visited them and let them know. And you could hear it during the boss battle too. Like you could hear Yu saying that that Taoist knew nothing and that our father was successful in the resurrection. And I feel like Huan Yangzi might have actually been the person to actually steal the relic, or at the very least, sort of coax Master Bai into doing so, just so that he could sort of figure out what's happening with it. Like the snake pretending to be our friend when in truth he's not our friend one bit. Like, he even pretends to be not at all interested in the relic, but that's not the case. And as you can see, Neon is not there. So yeah, to finish off our stream for today, which is gone on for a very, very long time, not at all what I intended. When I get stuck into a boss battle, a good boss battle, like the time just passes. Right? Time just passes. And luckily, I had nothing to do today. Well, technically, I had some work, but we could avoid it till tomorrow. With no interruptions from anyone. Just enough time to enjoy a video game for what it is, right? So yeah, I am gonna head down to the area. Proceed to the next chapter. And then take what I believe is the evil choice for the game, right? Because between Duriel over here, the storyteller, and the Bowmagus, we're gonna agree with the Bowmagus.
Type of power. Go any further, and you may never return.
Your sins. I've already paid for them.
That's one line I'm not sure what's happening, right? It sounds like by you saying that your sins, I've already paid for them. Or is it Wuchang actually saying it? And as you can see, things have gone from worse to bad. If you talk to the NPCs here, they will let you know that, hey, things are going mad out here. We have two...
You mentioned you travel far and wide. Have you ever seen red vines? Like these?
Yeah, and you have the option of talking to both of them here. And I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna ignore them. Because I believe if you do not fulfill their requests,
Will you look at that?
there is a chance they might just be killed or die. And here, should be where we do our evil confirmation, right? Duriel will ask us to deal with the Bowmakers, which in itself sounds evil because he's basically asking you to kill someone. But from our interactions with the Bowmakers, we know that she is not a morally good character.
Fancy seeing you again, young un. Your being here, it's almost like fate is leading you along. I won't stand in your way any longer. In fact, I've got a favor to ask. Tell me, do you know what you're standing on?
I do not.
Metacrinus plant ought to only grow deep underground. Yet, the Bowmakers has made it bloom here.
Metacrinus plant. What kind of plant is that? Let's take a look. I've never heard of such a thing. Metacrinus plant. Is that even a real thing? Is a genus of stalk cyranoids in the family Cyranidae. Oh, it does definitely look like the plants in the game. Cyranoids. So it's actually not a plant at all. It's a starfish? Oh, I guess the more common description is that it's a sea lily? Oh, okay, interesting. Things I need to research before I say anything remotely comprehensible.
The ancient Bow people hail from this land, and the Magus brought them to worship's rise. She was seduced by power, and her actions have cursed the world. She's hiding in the underground palace beneath the Shoe Sanctum. Confront her for me, and should she still cling to her misguided path, kill her, and save the Bow people from their doom.
So yeah, last time we agreed to help, and I do believe that is the correct, the morally good choice, but this time you're going to refuse to help. You even have an option to reconsider?
Oh, well, I'll keep my questions to myself. Oh, well.
And yeah, it's possible that now if you went to the Bowmagus, you instead of fighting her, you end up allying with her. Because he asks you whether you're okay with sacrificing other people, and I answered yes to that one in this run as well. And something tells me that is the evil ending for the game, so I'm gonna make my way over to the Bowmagus. But not on stream today, and the bridge over here is kind of done. We've already streamed for a very long time, so I'm gonna call it. If anyone's watching, get some rest if you haven't already. I don't quite know why you would be watching a stream for so long. But hey, wherever you guys are, take care. I am gonna get some rest myself.